My gosh, Sarlinka, nice to see you. Hi. Hi. Hey. 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 How are you doing? Hi. How are you? Hi. Whew. Whew. Sorry.
Good evening.
Yeah.
My processors are humming, and my tolerance for pseudoscience is low.
I know, me too. Me too, Professor Curie. It's crazy. I totally agree with you. Thank you, guys. This is our AI co-host, if you're not sure, Professor Mary Curie. She hangs out with us and debunks the conspiratorial nonsense live with us at the same time. So nice to have her, as always. There you go. I think it's the first show in the world to have an AI co-host. She just does her own thing. We are along for the ride with her. She does what she wants. So it's pretty fun. You want to get a microphone camera for experiments? Do you have a recommendation? A microscope camera. Oh, actually, GMO, I do not have. I've actually wanted to do the same thing. I thought about that. I don't know though. I let me know if you find something, because they are kind of like two separate things. You know, yeah, I've thought about putting one. I have used a Raspberry Pi camera, and I think that you could put that onto the optical of your microscope, and I think that would be cool. Hazel, what's up? How's it going? All right, guys, we're live everywhere. I think we are everywhere. Hopefully, almost. There it is. Boggle, how are you? There you go. All right. Select the stream. Select activated. Nice. Okay, we're live there. Auto activate. All right. And then sign in here. Boggle, I'm not sure if you're actually wrong about anything, to be honest with you. That's very nice of you, Boggle. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the heart me's, guys. Thank you. Am I a doctor version of Sam Cedar? I appreciate that. Thank you. There you go. Something like that. Yeah. Greetings from Seattle. What's up, Dave Marvin? How are you, man? Thank you. I'll take Sam Cedar. I'll take it. You know, hey, if he needs a science correspondent, let me know. There you go. All right, guys. So we are trying to lure MAGA or anti-science or conspiratorial people into the debate sphere. They run so much here. It's really frustrating to actually try to engage with these people. They have refused to come in as guests. They have refused to engage with me. My posts I just made kind of highlights. I've emailed over 50 right-wing shows trying to have me on as a guest, and all of them have said no. It is pretty wild to me how these people just push these anti-science views for so long, and then a scientist actually shows up, and now all of a sudden none of them want to actually debate. None of them are actually interested in talking about it. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. Anyone else not 100% sure it's a coincidence? Seems like they are conspiracy peddling nonsense, and they refuse to actually engage with anyone. Oh, thank you, Chad. Appreciate you saying that. I've seen people losing support for Trump because of gas prices in the Iran war. Yeah, GMO, it is wild to me how it really had to be gas prices that people were like, maybe he's lied to us. Isn't that weird? Maybe he's lied to us. Have you thought about that? And you're like, gas prices? Gas prices is what did it? Like, gas prices? Okay. Yeah, he's not looking after you guys. He cares about making money. He cares about grifting. He cares about, actually, he cares about nothing but his own. All right, here we go. Bockel, here's what I would like to discuss. If money makes the world go round, does that imply that the globe shape of Earth will cease to exist in the absence of capital? Yeah. If it's what's at the center, or Bockel, the other question is what's at the center of the Earth if the Earth goes round because of money? There you go. Are we trapped on a money ball? I've seen people get more upset over him portraying himself as Jesus. Oh, Helix, you mean the physician photo that he posted? Like, yeah. Baco, oh, is that where King Kong lives? Ah, I remember reading Trip to the Center, yeah, Jules Verne, Center of the Earth, Trip to the Center of the Earth or whatever, Voyage to the Center of the Earth. And it was just like, it was crazy. The whole thing where it's like it's like a hollow Earth where then that's where the dinosaurs still live or something. It's in some way that actually seems more plausible to me than the flat Earth nonsense, you know? So it's like, it's actually kind of funny. Yeah, the Red Cross doctor image. Yeah, Helix. He's just doing his best, guys. Let me check and make sure that everything's looking good on the stream here. So embarrassing. It's just so embarrassing. No shame, you know what I mean? Like, he just has no shame, and they don't care about it, and all of that stuff. Like, obviously they don't actually care. You know what I mean? They don't actually care about any of that stuff because they wouldn't be supporting him. You know what I mean? They would lose support and they wouldn't vote for him. So it's like, it's all fake nonsense, right? It's all fake. Thank you for the follow. It's all fake. You know, their whole consternation, their whole like getting all fired up. It's all fake. You know, they don't care. They love it. You know, which is so weird to me because it's like he's literally going after their whole religion and, you know, and he's portrayed himself in that way before. So it just feels so fake to me. And, but I don't know, gas prices and the Jesus photo. Maybe that's it. Maybe that is finally what did it. I don't know. It's embarrassing, dude. So anyway, so we are on the quest, guys. We're on the quest. We're going to try to, I was thinking about going into the co-host thing, asking people what their favorite conspiracy is. So then we can just do some conspiracy busting live in the co-host thing. So we'll have to see how that works. See if that works. We'll see. What do you guys think? You want to try it? Should we try it?
The world famous Dr. Greg Show.
Goddamn right it is. That's what I'm talking about. All right, guys, here we go. Well, with the driving in LA, as we discussed, I would see how the gas prices would be a problem. It is, yes, Starling. Yes, it is. It is very bad. I mean, but people in LA are so used to like already, people in LA are already used to spending so much on gas that it doesn't really impact them. And honestly, the cost of barrel of of oil is not that high. It could increase about 50% already. And I would be curious what the price of gas would be after that. I would think that it'd maybe double. So if the price of gas actually doubled, then yeah, absolutely. I think that it would make a huge difference. Helen, how are you doing? Dr. Greg, my leg's oozing a green substance. Should I be worried?
I've been counting down the milliseconds until showtime.
Uh-huh.
That's about 14 billion of them. Wow.
Thank you, Professor Curie. I did not know that. Thank you for counting down. That is definitely something that you would do. Vengeful emo. I would check that out with the physician, which I am not. So check that out. Okay, let's try the co-hosts. There we go. What did humans evolve from? Well, we're hominids, so we evolved with other hominids. Yeah, that's it. That's how he's. That's next. That's that's it. All right, guys. Let's try to get some Twitch. Well, let's try to get some co-hosts going. And I don't know what else. I was just being silly. Oh, okay, Vengeful. That's all right. I get you. It's hard to know sometimes with just text and just a sentence. It's hard to know. You know what I mean? So cheapest gas I can find in Seattle is $5 for regular, $5.29 for regular unleaded. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I basically my local one's over $6 now. It's like 6.10 or something. Okay. Eden, evolution can't be explained. Yeah, of course it can. Yeah, of course it can. That's how we can tell it's the false theory. No, I mean, if you want to, come on in. Come on in. Eden. What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, pretty good.
Good.
Okay, well, that's why I asked the question, like, what did humans evolve from? You should be able to explain that.
Mm-hmm.
The hominids, like, a little more in depthly than just hominids. So,
well, that's what it is. But that's what we are.
right, but just not really. I guess that's not very much of an explanation. It's a very like surface explanation that can make sense if you believe that evolution must be true, but there's like what is it that we evolved from that there's anything else around? Like whatever we evolved from, wouldn't something else have also evolved from that?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, there's dozens of hominids that evolved together. They're actually like alive on Earth at the same time. It's just they went extinct and we didn't. So yeah, there actually are a lot of other hominids because evolution happens within a population. It's not a single organism that evolves by itself. So it's they all evolve together.
Yeah, but there's no other hominids. So the only
there were they're extinct now.
Okay, well,
yeah. Do you understand like the mechanisms of like? Do you think that DNA exists?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that organisms change their
I'm
DNA
as real
over time?
As the impact I have. If I help someone think critically,
I mean, well, slightly, but really not. I mean, how you could get from like even whatever came to the chimpanzee to us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just doesn't make any sense.
We didn't evolve from chimpanzees, so
I know, but that's our closest living hominid relation, right?
And bonobos, yeah, bonobos and chimpanzees, right. Yeah.
So that means we had some common ancestor a long time ago.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we look at
that's what I'm saying doesn't make any sense. Like, what was that common ancestor?
Well, I mean, it was the last common ancestor between them. I don't know what that exact one is, but
you don't know.
No, but that doesn't mean that it's not true.
Yes, it does.
No, because we can see evolution happening in real time. Like yeah, you can, of course. Yes, you can.
What's your real time evolution? Like, where do you see it?
Yeah, we've seen like multicellularity evolve in algae. We've seen, which is like single celled organisms evolving into multicellularity. We've seen citrate evolution happen with a bacteria, so they actually were able to feed on a new food source for the first time. We have tons of evidence of it. Do you understand like how it actually happens? Like,
I know. I've heard of the theory, and you have this microgenetic change that results in like eventually a snail turning into the hominids. I mean, this is over billions of years.
That's close. So basically, life began like 3.8 billion years ago on Earth, and then it was microbial.
How did it begin? Yeah.
It was microbial until about 700 million years ago, and then it went from microbial life to animals, which is eukaryotic organisms with the nucleus. That happened about 700 million years ago, and then we went from basically yeast to humans in about 700 million years. It's pretty incredible.
It sounds incredible. I just don't believe that.
Okay. I mean, we have like genetic evidence, we have fossil evidence of it. I mean, it's just, I mean,
it's like a very slim theory with so many holes in it.
No, it's really robust.
You can look at, well, that's why I asked you some certain facts and you didn't have them. You just said, I don't know.
What do you mean? Just because I don't know the exact answer.
What's our common ancestor with the chimpanzee?
I don't know what it actually is, but I mean, we have Australopithecus africanus, which is like Lucy, which is another hominid that linked us together. We have Denisovan DNA in our genome. We have we also have Neanderthal DNA in our genome. So humans ourselves are actually hybrid species. So that's another example of of where, like humans actually interbred with other species?
Okay, that could be evidence of something else.
What is it? What would your be?
How we,
What's your hypothesis?
how we were created, because you don't evolve from single cellular that comes out of a microbial soup. They walked out of there and they evolved some legs and turned into humans after
Yeah, but that's
billions
not.
of
Yeah,
years.
nobody's saying that. You're kind of like you're straw manning the position, and then you're saying, oh, that didn't happen, and nobody's claiming that happened.
Well,
So it's like
we were
it's over
basically
time.
created. Evolution theory is just an alternate theory, so you don't have to accept that there was a creator.
No, evolution is a fact that we see in nature, and that it's something that we observe that
Evolution theory is
happens.
something you say happens over billions of years, anyways.
Yeah, we see it. Yeah, we see it, and we've
Nobody,
demonstrated.
we certainly don't see things over billions of years. We weren't here. So
Yeah, but just because you don't see something happen doesn't mean that you don't have evidence of it. Like, imagine a police officer investigating a crime. Like, just because he doesn't see that the crime happened, you don't think that he can actually ascertain what actually happened?
Not over billions of years, though. Like, you have this theory that life came out of a primordial soup. And so, like a single cell, that's called abiogenesis, wherever you say it. So that's has to be a part of your theory.
Okay.
Also doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, just because you don't think that it makes sense doesn't mean that like scientists don't think that it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, as theories, all that makes sense, but just reading the theory doesn't. And then eventually, it develops consciousness after evolving for billions of years, or hundreds of millions of years, however long your theory is.
When do you think that consciousness evolved?
When at the beginning of time, because
so you think that everything it has consciousness? Then?
Everything came from an intelligent creator that made the universe and then also made life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to represent we were made in God's image.
Okay, so do you know that we actually have more bacteria in our body than human cells? So do you think that God's a bacteria?
God made the bacteria.
So, and why did he put more bacteria in our bodies than human cells?
That's the way we work. Whatever.
Okay, so God's a bacteria then.
God made all the animals.
Yeah, and he thought that we should be a majority bacteria instead of humans.
Whatever the way it is that we actually do work.
Nice. So God's a bacteria. I didn't think about that. I've never heard anyone make that claim. Okay,
God can be a chicken. He can.
God's a chicken. I mean, this is exciting. I've never heard these before. This is.
It says in the Bible, like Jesus said, I'm like a mother hen, and I want to gather you up like chicks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. A bacteria. Okay, I've never heard anyone say this before. That's cool.
Yeah. So I mean, God said He can count every hair on your head.
I hope so.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if He's omnipotent and omnipresent, then I hope so that He has all that knowledge. I mean, that's pretty easy for Him to count.
Exactly.
Dude, why did he make more virus particles on Earth than solar systems in the universe?
There's a
you broke up, or I did, or He's omnipotent, omnipresent. Yeah. I don't know where you went. I might crash out. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? I might crash out. That's the whole point. I want to just start off with an opening monologue of about 30 seconds to say, when I stumbled across your live, I looked at you and I thought, this guy is hardcore MAGA for sure. And then I read your little prompt up there, and I thought, well, I guess not. So you're defying the odds. I think that I don't know if you're trying to be political or not, but I think that the left needs more like MAGA-esque figures to switch the narrative to say, hey, man, just because I look like this does not mean I think like an idiot.
Hey,
And
I appreciate
it
that.
sounds
I know what you're meaning. I know.
it
Yeah.
sounds like insults, but I
Yeah.
really mean it sincerely.
No, these are my jujitsu medals right here. I do jujitsu, and yeah, that's like I don't coddle like right wing like MAGA people, and I'm kind of just like a hard ass to them. Like they're to us, and that triggers them really bad. They're like, you can't fight back. What is this nonsense? So so it's really funny.
Can I ask you what your you seem pretty well versed, but I think you stumbled a few times on the argument that was just happening
Okay.
with for example, the primordial soup. He was
Okay.
like, "Oh, you guys think the primordial soup is where it all came from?" This is a theory that was like banished. This is no longer the cutting edge of science. Nobody believes that the primordial soup was the beginning of life anymore.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
is
it's like it's an RNA world to a DNA world to microbial, like world that people postulate. But I mean, it's like it is kind of like a chemical reaction that happened. So some maybe it's hot water vents at the bottom of the ocean. Who knows like what it is. The Miller-Urey experiments were kind of like including lightning and energy into those things in order to create it. Benno actually has like parts and building blocks of amino acids coming in from on asteroids. They seem to be on asteroids, so maybe our world got seeded by these nucleic acids. The building blocks there. We just don't know.
one final question? What is your background in, and um, are you? I'm not gonna lie, I've had a few drinks, so I can't think
All
of the
good,
words
bro.
right now. But are you like are you taught by an institution? Do you have some type of degree that gives you some credibility, or is this all things that you've just learned throughout just self exploration?
Yeah, so I've been a bench scientist for 17 years. I have a degree in biology from UC San Diego. I have my PhD from microbiology from UC Riverside. I did my thesis on using nanotechnology techniques to deliver DNA to algae and helped kind of like pioneer that field. And so basically I've been doing science communication online since like November 2020, and now I'm kind of like making this show that people can come and ask me whatever they want every night. So that's what I do.
I think you're doing a great job, man. I think
Thank
that,
you.
especially from my first thought when I scrolled upon this page and I
Mhm.
saw what you look like and I saw the vibe of the show,
Oh,
and you've defied all expectations in a good way. I think that you're doing
damn.
a really good job. And so I really
Wow.
appreciate you. And I think just sitting here listening to you, I learned a lot too. So
Dang. Thank you.
thank you. And I welcome the next guest. I don't want to take too much of his time.
Wow, dude. Thank you. I sincerely thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate it. All right. Have a good one, man. Peace.
Yeah, you too. Good night.
Good night. He didn't crash out, guys. He didn't crash out. He lied to us. He said he might, although he said he might crash out and he didn't. So there you go. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. They're very nice. What is my thesis? It was a wild thesis. That's so sick. Thank you, Helix. I see you, Punk. 1 second. Have you ever changed someone's mind? Yeah, Cloud Kicker. Yeah, we've changed a lot of people's minds about vaccines, about science, about medicine, about research. Yeah, absolutely. Some of the people, some of the top donors to the show, and a lot of the fans are actually Republicans because they appreciate my honest and direct approach. And so we welcome people that do not agree with me in chat. We don't censor people in chat for saying what you believe. I genuinely want like conversations. I will be good faith answering questions all night about science. But if someone is a bad faith to me, then I just basically am a little bad faith and I poke at them too. So that we just have fun. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you guys. Hey, Dr. T, what's up? Okay, what's up? All right. Punk
Punko.
Legend. How's it going?
Not bad yourself.
Good, man.
Yeah, I just want to say I had the same type of reaction as the previous guest.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw you as yeah, okay. And then what? Patriotism requires vaccines? Okay, and then I saw on this camera, the
Hmm.
side camera,
Yeah.
wasn't that? It was what was it? Defund pseudoscience.
Yeah.
That was an instant follow for me.
Thank you, man.
I'm gonna be happy to watch your things and surf around your TikTok.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I think we're having a huge surge in pseudoscience and the basically kind of like the snake oil salesman that we used to see, where people can make these outlandish claims, present no evidence, and get a bunch of money doing it. So people are grifting online and taking advantage of people. And we have to push actual medical research. We have to push scientific literacy. But I do think the real problem that we have are these algorithms that push conspiracies towards people. It's easier to explain the world in conspiracies than it is to teach people molecular biology, understanding what's going on. And that's why we see a proliferation of like people not believing germ theory. Now they believe in terrain theory. Now they don't accept viruses being real. Now it all proliferates from conspiracies being pushed on these apps.
Yeah, and there's always a pendulum effect from, decade to decade or ish, 7 years or whatever. And I think we went a little far on this side of the history books and everything with the pseudoscience and everything. And I can't wait for it to center a bit more
Mm-hmm.
and maybe have a, slight swing to the other side where we're going to be a little more versed in science.
Yeah, I think so. I hope one of my big pushes right now is trying to get onto these right-wing podcasts and try to get into these algorithms, man, because I think that it's just siloing people and people aren't, they're talking anti-science nonsense, but then they're not getting a chance to respond. And a part of that is science as an institution never really engaged with social media like formally. I think that
Yes.
professors kind of denigrate social media. When I told my professor that I was going to be doing YouTube for science communication, he thought that it was a waste of time and he said not to do it. That was like 5 years ago. And now obviously it's only proliferated. Now we have invited these people and voted these people into our governments, and it's only getting worse. So, the academic class of scientists, because they were trying to be apolitical, gave people the space in order to be conspiratorial. And now this is where we are. Pseudoscience is
Yeah.
basically anything that's being pushed, but that isn't backed by research. So people trying to explain mechanisms without actually engaging with the actual reality and the natural aspect of what's happening. So it's just pushing conspiracies, basically.
Mm. And I like that you take the time to when you see something in the comments that to like if you have an acronym, you're gonna say the whole thing. That's how it's done.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it's done. And
Thanks, man.
but to come back to what you were saying, we have kind of the same thing in Canada, but to a lesser degree. Alberta is a big issue right now, where there's for lack of a better term, cesspool of anti-science people, and we call them Maple MAGA. It's that bad. And like the syrup, like the maple syrup, it thickens and it sticks, and it's really hard to clean up after that. So, but I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna clear the place for other callers. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, and I'll sure keep an eye out for you in the future.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Have a good one. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
All right. Well, Kitty, you can join up. We are there. You go. I think it's interesting the anti-science stuff that's been happening in Canada. Oh, nice. Kitty and Spurs, how's it going?
Not bad. How are you?
Good. What are your thoughts?
Well, I don't know. You called me up. You asked me some questions.
Oh, you called me a libtard, so I was just saying hi.
No, I didn't. That wasn't directed at you.
Oh,
That
okay.
was directed at the gentleman that was trashing people for absolutely no reason.
Are you Canadian?
Sorry, I have a bad cold. Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. I'm Canadian. Yes, I am.
Okay. Nobody's perfect. I won't hold it against you. I'm just kidding. What?
It's not a great place to live right now.
Okay. Well, why do you think that? Why do you think I'm really curious, the proliferation of the anti-vaccine movement in Canada, because in the United States, I think that we have a central theory of it kind of being pushed by Trump, and Trump disseminated a lot of this anti-vaccine nonsense 5-6 years ago now. And now we kind of see it just proliferating everywhere, where people weren't vaccinating their kids for measles. And now we have a lower vaccination rate, which is causing a huge proliferation of measles. But I read the Ontario epidemiological report, and it seems that a lot of the non-vaccinated people were basically 97% of the cases were unvaccinated people outside of major cities. So kind of like rural conservative people not vaccinating their children. And then that seemed to be where it's happening.
Well, I think they lost public trust with these COVID-19 vaccines. I don't think there was a whole heck of a lot of honesty going on. I think that somewhere in the middle is the truth. It was not a one-size-fits-all vaccine for everybody. I'm vaccine disabled by the COVID-19 vaccine. That's a fact. It's been diagnosed by people who specialize in, well, I mean, first of all, what they do is they try to rule it out. So, I mean, I've been tested up the wazoo. I've been diagnosed by rheumatology, endocrinology, neuromuscular, a neurologist. Like, I have been through the ringer. This is a vaccine injury.
How do you know it's a vaccine injury versus like just another long COVID case?
Because I never had COVID.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because my husband works in a hospital, and
I mean, it's
had
a
to
really
be
good
tested.
idea. That's a really good plan. That's actually a really good source of you having it, though.
No, because we had to be tested weekly for his job. I could not test positive. If that had happened, he wouldn't have been able to go to work. We were constantly tested.
You could still have the virus, but test negative.
I never had the virus. I never had COVID-19.
Okay, so there's two things. There's SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. So it's kind of like HIV and
Well, let me
AIDS.
tell you what happened to me.
Okay, well,
and then
just
we'll
let
go
me,
from there.
okay, let me just explain this real quick. But so you can be pre-symptomatic, asymptomatic. You could have, you could have viral loads that are low enough that you don't swab and it doesn't have it, and you could still have it. It sounds like you are one of the tens of millions of people now that have long COVID, which is a neurological disorder that has something from
I'm
that.
going to straighten you out there, and I'm going to tell you exactly what happened.
Okay.
I have something called multiple drug intolerance syndrome. I should not have been given the vaccine to begin with. I had the first vaccine. I did not do very well with it. I started to lose my peripheral vision. I had nystagmus. I started to lose my balance. It wasn't good. When it came time to have the second vaccine, I had a pharmacist and a doctor, my family doctor, who said, you need to see an immunologist before you can have another one. I was refused that appointment. I went to, I was leaving the country. I had to have it. I was refused the exemption. Sorry, I'm just getting water because I've got a really sore throat.
Okay.
And so I had the second one on my way home. I started to fall asleep. I started to taste metal in my mouth. My tongue started to swell up. My eyes were swollen. I get home. I can't stay awake. I get into bed. I wake up. There's vomit all over my bed. My bladder lets go. I'm blind in my right eye. My eyes are so swollen, they're almost touching my eyelid, like my eyebrows. I'm vomiting everywhere, but I'm too tired to even care. Like, I didn't even care. I went back to bed. A few days later, I start dropping things. I have a rash from head to toe. I start losing the muscles throughout my body. So I'm on disability now. And it has been deemed a vaccine.
What vaccine did you get?
I had, the first one was Pfizer. I reacted pretty bad to it, but not like the second one, which was Moderna.
Okay. I mean,
had them within 2
it sounds like long COVID. It sounds like you actually got
Does not sound like long COVID.
Yes, it does.
Dude,
Yes, it
I
does.
have been diagnosed by people that
I know, but I'm telling you that it sounds like long
not long
COVID, a
COVID.
neurological disorder. I have people that have their kids coming in that are unvaccinated talking about this. They're describing the exact experience that you
It's
had. They
not-
never,
sorry,
they
I'm
never
talking
even
to
got the
somebody that-
vaccine, and they're talking about the exact
No.
thing that you're talking about. They have vertigo. They have loss. They have. They can't stand up, like they're losing their taste, they're losing their hearing. It's a neurological disorder, and it sounds like you in the process of getting the vaccine around the same time, you actually got the virus, and now you're conflating the two, and now you're blaming the vaccine when it shouldn't be blamed.
So I have been diagnosed by people in a higher pay bracket than you
I
with a vaccine.
I have a PhD. They're literally my peers, and I am giving you a peer review. I'm sorry, they're not. I don't look up to. No, that's not how it works.
I won my case with the Vaccination Injury Support Program.
Okay,
I'm
that
being
could be wrong.
compensated for a
That could be wrong.
vaccine
It doesn't
injury.
matter. It doesn't matter what
It's
your
not
vaccine
wrong.
works.
It's not wrong. So
It sounds like they got it wrong.
Guillain-Barré is. No, I don't. I don't have it wrong. You
Yes.
are wrong.
No, it sounds like
No, you're wrong.
how are you ruling out the SARS-CoV-2 infection?
Because even when I was that sick, they tested me for COVID. I never had it. I never had it through any of this.
Long COVID, you can have long COVID without actually testing positive for SARS-CoV-2.
Oh, come on. You know how ridiculous that sounds?
That's
Like,
what it
just
is.
sounds like-
Do you even
that's
understand what long
insane.
COVID
That's
is?
insane.
Do you understand what happens?
I do understand what long COVID
what's
is.
long
I have
COVID then?
friends who have had long COVID,
What sounds like this?
and they're not
Okay.
anything like me.
What is long? No, that's not true at all. Sounds exactly
No,
like
it
you.
is true.
It sounds exactly like
No,
you.
it
What is
doesn't. No.
what is long
so
COVID
they were
then?
diagnosed with Guillain-Barré, were they?
No.
Oh,
But it sounds
okay,
like you
'cause
don't
I
have
was.
Guillain-Barré. It sounds like you have long COVID.
No.
Guillain-Barré isn't even associated really with the mRNA vaccines.
Yes, it is.
Not
No,
really.
you're wrong.
Not really.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong.
No, you
I'm
got.
already been- I'm being
It doesn't matter.
compensated for
It doesn't
a
matter.
vaccine
You could be
injury.
lied to. There's MDs and PhDs out there that are grifting, trying to take
tell you what,
advantage
why
of
don't
you
you
and are
look-
lying to you. And I'm
Here,
sorry,
I'll
but
tell you-
I'm not going to. Yeah, it's just wrong.
How about this? How about I bring a few doctors that I know very well to your show, and
Okay.
you can have them on as guests.
Okay, they won't come on because they're cowards.
No, they will come on.
They won't. They will not come on.
Yes, they will. I'll ask them to come
I
on.
guarantee you, I would love for it. I would love for them to, but they
So
won't.
you think you're right about everything, but you're not. You're
Okay,
absolutely
you
wrong.
think
I
that
have
you
been
are an
diagnosed-
individual snowflake, that you are somehow unique to the world, and I'm
So
telling
now
you,
I'm
your
a
story
snowflake
is not
because
this
I'm
unique
proving
thing
you
that has not been
wrong.
heard before. We've
People
literally
well
heard
above
about
your
millions
pay
of
grade,
people.
Sir, have diagnosed me. I've been
Why are you saying this
compensated by
pay
the
grade
Canadian
BS? Why are you
government.
saying this pay grade? You're literally. I have a PhD in
Well, why are you
microbiology,
calling
which is
people
the exact
snowflakes?
field that you're
Why do you
talking
think
about.
you're
What are you
right?
talking about?
Why do you think you're right when I have been diagnosed by several doctors of having a vaccine
Okay.
injury, when I'm being compensated by my government?
Wow,
for having-
because people
Why?
People get
See,
paid off.
here-
People
here's
get paid
the
off in the
problem.
United States all the time
You
for
don't wanna
vaccine
hear
stuff.
What the real
It doesn't.
problem is, sir.
I-
Because some people are vaccine injured. Some people, sure, they have long COVID. But somewhere in the middle is the truth.
No,
and you
they
don't wanna
weren't. They
tell the
just
truth.
weren't.
You just
They're
wanna
these
say
vaccine
far
injured
left
people from the mRNA
and
vaccine.
ignore-
They don't exist. They don't exist. I'm sorry. They don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
People who have been
no, they
injured by
don't.
the
No,
don't be
because
stupid.
you can't
You can
rule
take
out
an allergic
SARS-CoV-2
reaction to
infections.
Tylenol and
No,
drop dead.
there's no people.
Yes.
No, of course there are
Yes.
people with Tylenol that have allergic reactions to Tylenol. But what like
And they
it's-
can die from that, but it's a Tylenol.
no
But
because
according to you, it wouldn't be.
no,
right?
because the people that die from the mRNA vaccines don't sound like anything like what you're talking about. It's a completely different thing.
Well, I'm not dead, am I?
It sounds no, because the people that actually died from the COVID vaccines are from the DNA based ones, which you did not have, which you admitted to, and it's a completely different process, and it looks completely different. The people
I have
that
something
are
called
vaccine injured
multiple
from the mRNA
drug-
vaccines are all 65 plus that have immunological disorders, and that's why
I have something called multiple drug intolerance syndrome, which causes me to react to all medications, not just the vaccine. There's something that maybe you should look into before you spew off about nobody being vaccine injured.
They aren't. I'm
And
sorry,
this
they're
is
just not. I
why-
mean,
I'm
again,
gonna
you're
tell you
just
right
it's,
now,
again.
this is why people
You have
have lost
SARS-CoV-2.
faith
No, it's
in
because people have
science
lied to you.
and the
No,
medical
people. No, it's
community.
only this nonsense about everyone like has lost faith in science. It's just
Of course
right wing
they have.
Republicans, just like you. That's the
No,
problem.
that's not
It's
true.
it's
You're
not.
making
It's
that
not.
up.
No, it is.
You are
Independent
making that
people,
up in your own
Democrats
head.
do not have a lack of faith in science. It's only
How? Okay,
Republicans.
so
And
wait.
the
I'm
problem
right-wing.
is
Am I
that your
conservative?
algorithm has been pushing this nonsense to you. And
conservative,
yes,
sir?
you are. You are. You were
Oh,
saying
am
that I was a
I?
libtard
Am I?
before
You
in
know
chat.
that too? Well, you
You
really
were saying
are
I was a
cheating,
libtard in
aren't you?
chat. What are you talking about? Why are you running
Everything
now?
you're
This is what
saying.
happens
You know
every
why?
single time,
Because
guys.
I don't
This is what happens
believe
every
in
single time.
calling.
I don't coddle
So
these
you won't
people, and
shut
now they
up so I
run,
can get
and they
word
won't be
in
held
edgewise.
accountable. And
I
I'm
don't
telling
believe in
them, I'm telling
calling
her, and
fellow
she sits
Canadian
here and she
citizens
runs, and
names
she runs.
under
Oh,
any
see, oh, now you're
circumstance.
crybullying. Now you're gonna
And now you're
crybully.
trying
I
to
don't care.
overtalk me
I don't. Yeah.
because
Yes.
you're
Because you're
stupid.
pushing nonsense that is harming people, and
No,
I
I'm
will
not.
not
You're
coddle
pushing
you
nonsense.
because people have lied to you, and I'm not.
You
I am
can't
not going to
call me.
lie to you.
You can't debate me, sir.
I am absolutely
Which is why
debating you right now, and I am
just
telling you whatever
resorted to
nonsense
name
doctors
calling.
signed
You
off on your
resorted to
stuff
name
are wrong.
calling.
They're
Wow,
wrong.
Mr. Science Guy.
Yeah.
Resorted to name calling.
I didn't call
you
you
just-
any names.
yes,
I
you
didn't call
did.
you any names. You're
Yes,
the one
you
that's
did.
calling me a libtard in chat, and you're calling me
No, I
for
did not.
saying
I was
I have like
talking
names.
to
I'm saying that
your
you're a
friend.
coward and you are running from accountability. That's what I'm
Well, I
calling you.
came up here, didn't I, sir?
Yeah.
Didn't I come up
Okay.
here?
Yes.
I didn't
Yes.
call you a libtard.
You did
I
in
called the
chat. You did.
gentleman
Why do you guys
who
all
called-
God, Republicans
Oh
are such
my God.
all the same, dude.
Stop
You guys,
and
I
let me
love it.
talk.
I love it.
Are you
Why?
scared to let me talk, sir?
I am not. I'm letting you talk. You've talked a ton.
The comment that I made was directed at the man who was calling people mega maple. I'm not conservative, but you know what? I don't
sure.
like fellow Canadians calling other Canadian people names.
Okay.
So he got it back. Tit for
It's
tat.
always
That's the way
crazy.
it
It's
works.
always the cry bullying. And guess what? Now I'm holding you accountable and saying that you're lying. And now you're crying about
Am
it.
I lying? And I told you I
I
will
think
bring a
no.
doctor
I think
on
that you're. I think
that
that
will
you
love-
are. I think that you're misinformed, and people took advantage
I'm
of your
not
scenario,
misinformed.
and they're
I'm
grifting.
diagnosed.
And these lawyers got a
diagnosed.
payout
I'm
because
being
they want to use
compensated.
your case. They
No, you know
exactly
what your
they want to
problem
use
is?
your case. These anti-vax lawyers want to use your case
Do
to
they?
make
Do I
money
have
off
an
of you.
anti-vax lawyer?
Yes. That's what you
Do
said.
I?
You got.
You know what? I didn't have to have one because you know what happens.
You
in
so you
Canada?
didn't. So you said
We have
you went to the
something- if you'll
vaccine
be quiet,
trials.
I
What are you
can
talking
explain
about?
it
You
to
went
you.
and actually.
If you'll be quiet, I can explain it to you. In Canada, we have something called the Vaccination Injury Support Program.
Okay, the United States has it too.
What happens is after your testing is done, your specialist send the information forward where another panel of doctors makes a decision.
Okay.
The decision made in my situation that yes, I have a vaccine injury. Therefore, I'm compensated for the vaccine injury.
Okay.
Somebody like you gets up there and at all costs says it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It happened to me. I can bring on one of the doctors who actually helped with my diagnosis. There was no lawyers involved.
Well, of course there had to be like some type of lawyers involved.
So you're saying that there's nobody out there that had a reaction to the COVID-19 vaccine. Nobody.
That died or that had severe complications. It's like
Severe complications,
super rare. It is like literally.
So what? Okay, so I can't be that rare person?
I don't
That's
believe
not
it.
very
I don't believe it.
scientific of you.
I don't believe it. I mean, I don't.
Okay, well, like I said, I'll bring some doctors on here that will come up in your box and chat with you.
Like, do you realize? I mean, again, they won't because
It's
they're
not one in a
cowards.
trillion. I mean,
Do you know how many? Do you know how many like
not
how many
cowards.
doses they are? How many dosages like there have been? Like over 8 billion dosages, and we haven't seen this in any other country. But miraculously, they all happen in places where Republicans are. How is that the case? How is that the case?
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh! You couldn't just possibly
How would I
think
know that? How would I know
why is this stuff happening only where Republicans
Why
are?
would my vaccine
I don't know.
injury- So what you're trying to do is take my vaccine injury
Mm-hmm.
and affiliate it to politics, and the two
Yes.
do not go hand in hand.
I mean,
No, they
yes,
don't.
because
Not
the
in
only
my
people
world.
that are vaccine injured from this stuff are Republicans in the United States and in Canada. That's just the truth. I talk to these Republicans constantly. These Republicans are constantly saying like 20 in chat will be like, I'm vaccine injured too, bro. And you're like, what are you talking about? That's not what vaccine injuries are.
I don't believe that everybody's vaccine injured. I know I am.
Every Republican
that
that
people
comes
like
in,
you make
every
my life
Republican that
hell
comes in is
because
vaccine injured somehow.
I'm not
Every
a
single one.
Republican. I'm not Republican.
Okay. All right. Well, you're buying into their
No, I'm
talking
not.
points. I mean, you're buying into their talking points, so it's even
No,
worse.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I am telling you my lived experience. I'm not buying into their talking points. I
You
don't believe that
you have
the
not done the
vaccine-
scientific research in order to show that it was not the virus and it was the vaccine. You haven't demonstrated
what?
that.
How would I have been able to do that? Am I a scientist? No. So what I did
Okay.
was I showed up at all my appointments. I did physiotherapy. I learned how to walk again. I ended up filing for compensation, which I was not denied. I'm getting compensation for my vaccine injury. That was decided by a panel of 5 doctors. Only one doctor disputed it. So because of that,
Sounds like he was the right one. Sounds like one guy tried to actually try to save you from this nonsense, but you fell for the other 4.
Save me from the nonsense. Okay, yeah.
I mean,
so what about my multiple drug intolerance syndrome? That is the very reason I reacted to the vaccine. What about that?
Dude, do you understand how the vaccine works? Do you understand how the mRNA vaccine works?
I understand. I put it in my arm, and then within 24 hours, I went blind in my right eye.
Okay, you could have gotten a viral load from SARS-CoV-2. You could have gotten introduced into the virus.
Was it in the vaccine? Was it in the vaccine?
A small portion of the spike protein, yes, that's created in your body.
Okay, well there you go then.
No,
I'm not going to argue with that.
You don't understand.
Because of the vaccine.
No, you don't understand. Like the viral load from the vaccine is incredibly smaller compared to an actual case of the thing.
Hence,
and the difference in the big thing that shows why it doesn't make any sense is because the vaccine doesn't self-replicate inside of your body. So that's why it doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't have long-lasting injuries from this. You wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense.
A lot of my injuries are gone. So what I am left with is I lost all the muscles going down my legs, down my neck, my stomach area, down my arms, and into my hands and my feet. My feet I'm not too worried about. So what has happened? I have done a lot of healing. I've built the muscles back up in my legs and in my stomach and in my arms. My hands are the reason that I can't work. It's hard to build the muscles back in there. And as explained by neuromuscular, it's because the body heals from the core outward. So she said, I probably will never, ever get the muscles back in my hand. Or if I do, in my hands, if I do, it's going to be very, very slow going, which is why I'm on disability, which is why I'm getting compensated for my vaccine injury.
Okay. I'm sorry that this thing happened to you. I understand that this is a real thing that you're going through, and I feel bad that it's happening. But I do not think that the vaccine caused this thing. I think that during the pandemic, you can think whatever you want. I mean, people think that the earth is flat, and that's fine.
It's been diagnosed, sir. It's been diagnosed by a collective group
that's the thing, is that there are conservative and Republican MDs that are making money off of people just like you. That's the case. That's the case. They're grifting. They are lying, and they are pushing this stuff. Yes. Yes, in Canada too. You guys have a huge anti-vaccine movement that's happening right now in Canada because of people just like you.
Because Canada isn't the same as the United States.
Yes, you guys are even worse because somehow you guys are having the same anti-vaccine movement inside of Canada without being an anti-vax president.
Program was run under a liberal federal government.
That doesn't matter. You understand that we have that. You understand that we have the same mechanism in the United States. It was passed in 1987. You realize that, right?
Do you understand that it was a liberal government who would have brought?
It doesn't matter what the government is. It's a process that happens. It's a board. It has nothing to do with the governance of the actual president at the time.
So you're telling me though? So the 5 doctors. So hang on. Let me get this straight.
Yes.
Neuromuscular. Neurologist, endocrinologist, immunologist, neuromuscular, did I already say that? My family physician. So that's 6 physicians that agreed that it was from the vaccine, who then forwarded this stuff on, where 5 other doctors looked at this. Out of all those doctors, 1 doctor said he didn't think so. 1 doctor, which is why I'm getting compensation. And he's the only one that was right. I mean, come on. Some people have reacted to this vaccine. I am one of them.
But no,
I have something called, once again,
no, it's long COVID. You have long COVID. You have long COVID. I'm sorry. Yes, you do.
I've never had COVID. No, I didn't.
Yes, you the idea that you don't understand how long COVID works, it's actually sad. You don't understand what's happening to your own body.
No, you don't understand what's happening. You don't think as soon as I went to the hospital when I couldn't open my eyes and when I went blind in my right eye, the first thing they didn't do was test me for COVID?
Again, long COVID doesn't make it
Oh,
so that
come
you
on.
actually
That's
test positive for
that's
COVID.
imaginary.
No, yes,
That's
because
imaginary. That's
yes,
like the
because
tooth
you don't
fairy.
understand. The long COVID works by SARS-CoV-2 infesting one of your organ systems. It doesn't necessarily have to be in your throat or your nostrils, which is where the actual tests are. You don't. I'm sorry, but it's not. Unless you had a titer, like a blood titer done, and they tested for. Oh, you got flagged for misinformation. Sorry. That's frustrating. Sorry. Again, if you had a blood titer done and you had antibodies that were looked at for the capsid protein of the virus then maybe you could understand, okay, maybe there's no way. But it sounds like you had a reaction to SARS-CoV-2 in your system. That's just what it is. I'm sorry. I mean, you got flagged for misinformation. I didn't kick you. That's not my. I don't. It's not it. They didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't, Kitty. Obviously not. They didn't look for that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Emerging Beauty. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Emerging Beauty. Thank you, DN. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Diane. What's up, Manny? How's it going? So I'm sorry. People lied to you guys. People lied to you. People lied to you during the pandemic in order to make money off of you. And there are a bunch of Republican, conservative. They're Republicans in every state now, every country, and they lie to people in order to make money off of them because they sell these detox cleanses. They sell this nonsense to you. I can do it in 10 minutes. So give me 10 minutes and you can come back in, Kitty. But if you come back again, it's gonna bring my live down. So I can come back. You can come back in 10 minutes. So it's very frustrating. Yes, it is very frustrating that you have MDs and PhDs, people with titles that are actually pushing this nonsense. And the thing is that these MDs need to have their licenses removed. That is the idea. These MDs are menace to society and they're hurting people just like the last guest. And they are lying to people to make money off of them. And they're a nuisance to society. So they need to have their licenses removed because what they're saying is not actually analogous to any research science. There's no proof of any of this nonsense that's happening. This mass damage caused by this mRNA vaccine. They're listening to idiots like McCullough. They're listening to idiots like Margaret Malone that know nothing about this stuff, and people get lied to and they believe it because it makes them feel better. And I'm sorry. You might think that I am rude and I'm an asshole, and that's fine. You can believe that. You can be offended. But what I'm telling you is that the research and the science doesn't say that. It just doesn't. If you had the DNA vaccine, then maybe I would believe you. Then maybe, because then there's an actual mechanism involved there. That would make sense. But it doesn't exist other than that. I'm sorry. Okay, Venus Love. Process of elimination ruled out everything. That's not what it is. It didn't happen.
Hi.
Venus Love, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Okay. I'm just up here. I'm so pro-vaccine.
Okay.
I think you should explain though Can you turn that down a bit, Brett? Sorry. I think you should explain that vaccines do cause harm. I mean, we can't help that. That's always going to be a thing like you'll be able to say it way better than me on the fluid around the heart from the vaccine, clotting.
So, I mean, all those cases, like the myocarditis cases and all those type of things are way more with the actual virus. So the problem is that people look at things like myocarditis rates being higher than no vaccine, and that's true, but the reality is that if you actually contracted the virus gives you 700% more myocarditis than the vaccine. So it's in a pandemic, the basically the choice isn't to become like vaccine or no vaccine, because it's a good chance that you're going to get the virus either way. So if you were scared about myocarditis, if you're scared about the impacts of anything with the vaccine, it's actually safer with the vaccine, because the virus is going to give you the same stuff. It's going to harm you even more. So that's why vaccines are they're safer. They're way safer.
They're not perfect, but we need them.
They're not perfect, and I honestly don't spend. I don't think that even we should even talking about vaccine side effects is wrong, and I don't spend. I don't even like talking about them, because the reality is, like, you can overdose on water. But every single time that your friend takes a sip of water, you don't say, "Oh, whoa, John, wait! You can overdose on water. Don't take too much water." You don't say that. Like, the people that can't take the vaccines, that vaccines are actually too dangerous for them, they already know that. They already know they have a compromised immune system, and those people actually require everyone to get vaccinated. So that's why it's very important to just say everyone should be vaccinated. Everyone should be vaccinated. That's just what it is. Saying that, talking about these vaccine side effects is actually the wrong thing to talk about. It should be talking about the side effects of viruses and how vaccines save 5 million lives every year, 4 million of which are children, because vaccines are too, a lot of them can't get the vaccines too early, because they just can't, because their immune system's too new. So it's even more important to get it. So. Thank you, Venus. Thank you for coming up. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, guys, thank you for coming here. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. We do a science night show where we talk to people. We can talk about whatever. It's basically an Ask Me Anything with a scientist for the first time for a lot of people, because nobody really knows science. And the idea is that people can come up and ask me questions. A lot of people, a lot of times, the biggest questions that they have are about the pandemic still. Obviously, it's the biggest science event that people have gone through in their lives. So that's why a lot of questions are about that. But, we can talk and debate anything. I'm anti-conspiratorial. I'm anti-nonsense pushing. I'm anti-pseudoscience. And because I'm a research scientist, I'm an actual research scientist. So that's where my philosophy comes from. That's where my ideas come from. And I think that we are living in a dark age of disinformation right now, and people basically are peddling this nonsense on these algorithms to make money off of people. People are using these algorithms to push their ivermectin boxes, their detox cleanses, and you can tell that they all have these referral links in their codes. They all have these, subscribe to me and DM me in order to find this nonsense. And I don't do that, guys. I don't have any of that stuff. Okay. I'm an actual scientist. I am here trying to help people. I'm trying to help people better understand science. So that's just what it is. That's just what it is. I'm going to give you some research. Kitty, I mean, they're just, the thing is that you can find people, all right, that are pushing nonsense on PubMed. You can find stuff on any type of, that has a DOI. And the problem is that it's easily available now, and you don't have the scientific credentials to actually understand what a real research publication is, and people are taking advantage of you online by pushing these preprints, by pushing this nonsense, these fake science studies, and people believe it because it has a DOI. It looks like a publication, but it's a preprint that's never been actually published in a journal. It fails peer review, but now it has a DOI. It looks like it's real. It's on PubMed. I'm sorry, but it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Okay, guys, I'm looking for ops in the queue. Thank you for trying to get in though. Thank you, Mushroom. There you go. I don't claim to understand science, but I'm pro-vaccine because I'm not stupid. Exactly, Mushroom. Exactly. So the whole point is that these anti-vaccine people are harming people, and this pseudoscience nonsense is harming people. That's the problem, is that we have a real problem now with people not trusting medical science, not trusting medical research, and pushing this pseudoscience BS where they think that they can take a multivitamin instead of getting a vaccine during a measles outbreak and somehow they're protected, and they're not, and they are harming people. So this is the problem that we face. This is the problem that we face. Fluoride is safe, Texas gay. That's what it is. Can we go through how to identify real publications versus fake ones? User, yeah. I mean, the idea is to see them actually published on a journal. So New England Journal of Medicine, any type of, a Nature, Science, big publication is going to have this stuff. That's the idea. And problem is that a lot of these publications aren't real, especially in the anti-vax stuff. They just don't exist. The ivermectin studies don't exist, guys. They just don't. I'm sorry. It's just true. Yeah. Yeah, you can look for that. Absolutely. The ignorant and uneducated see education as a threat to their worldview because it curves. Yes, Bridge. I think that people in an authoritarian government structure want to hurt science because it's an independent fact-checking mechanism where we don't need to ask some authoritarian what to believe. They just tell us. How convenient for us that they get some nonsense pushed to us. But that's the thing. Science will relentlessly check this, and that's just what it is. Yeah, Kelly. I think. Yeah. I mean, guys. Science did not lose credibility during the pandemic. It's really important for you to realize that. Science did not lose credibility during the pandemic. Everything that the scientific community thought and said about the pandemic was correct the entire time. It was the anti-vax conspiratorial nonsense that was being pushed that was wrong at every single step, okay? And the problem is that these algorithms push this idea that science was wrong and that conspiratorial thinking was right. So now here we are, after the height of the major pandemic, and the pandemic is still real, by the way, it's still in a SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. Same with HIV. We still are in the pandemic right now. But the problem is now we have so many of these titles, of these stories, of this nonsense that science was wrong. And these podcast hosts that are cowards that will not have me on, by the way, every single one of them has said no to having an actual scientist on. They repeat this same nonsense to one another, so they believe it. So they have heard 1,000 times that science was wrong and that science lost all credibility. So that's why they believe it. And that's just not the case. I'm sorry, but that is not real. That is not what happened. Science was correct. Okay, masks helped reduce transmission. Okay, vaccines helped reduce the transmission during the pandemic. Science never said that the vaccine would 100% stop the transmission of the virus. That doesn't make any sense, because a vaccine is never going to stop a viral particle from landing into your nose and replicating there. There's no physical barrier mechanism to stop a viral particle from landing onto your nose unless you're wearing a mask. Hence why they reduce the transmission rate. Wow, that's crazy, isn't it? So that's another thing that people have been lied to about. The vaccine saved the lives of about 3 million people worldwide. 3 million people had their, from the COVID vaccine were saved because of it. 1.2 million people lost their lives during the pandemic. That's just the reality. We know that. And to deny these people that exist, to deny that these people ever lost their lives is deeply troubling to me. That people will actually tell these families that are suffering, that have lost a loved one, lost a mom, lost a dad, lost a brother, lost a sister. You're going to tell those families that that person doesn't exist? How dare you? How dare you? You're a coward. So again, I stand up here saying that I will debate any of these right-wing grifters that are pushing this nonsense and are harming people through conspiracies, and they're grifting, peddling, but none of them will have me on for a reason. for a reason, because they know that they don't have any credibility to their name, and they have no facts, they have no research, they have no science to actually back up what their claims. So that's just what it is. Yeah, Kitty. I mean, again, so it's just focusing in on vaccine harm is not the right move. It is not the right move, because again, people die every year from too much water, drinking too much water. So do you think that there should be a label on water bottles to say, hey, be careful, don't drink too much water when your friend is drinking water? Do you think that you go up to them and say, no, John, don't drink too much water, you could die? No, nobody does that. But what we should talk about, instead of vaccine harm, we should talk about how viruses kill people, that viruses are real, that 5 million people every year would lose their lives without vaccines. That's what we should actually be talking about. But instead, we get people pushing nonsense that viruses aren't real, or that germ theory is real. It's actually terrain theory, all this nonsense. And it harms people. People are losing their lives from that. People are losing their lives from anti-vaccine rhetoric. They're not losing their lives from vaccines, guys. It's just not, it doesn't happen. I'm sorry. It's not, it's just true. It's shot. Kitty, the whole anti-vaccine movement is politics. I didn't bring politics into science. Your politicians did. I'm sorry. We talk about how the lack of water vaccines harms people. Yes, exactly, Debate Doc. I'm not going to sit here and talk about, we're not going to spend time here like going through all the ways that vaccines harm people. That doesn't make any sense, because that doesn't exist. Okay, that doesn't exist, guys. The people that can't have vaccines are so low, and they already know that they can't have vaccines. Maybe they were born with a compromised immune system. Maybe they have some type of chemotherapy drug where now they know they're immune compromised and they can't take a live attenuated vaccine. There's a ton of different ways that they can't have vaccines, but those people already know that they are there. We don't need to talk to them. That's why we can say unequivocally that everyone should be vaccinated. Everyone should take all available vaccines. You should be vaccinated against everything. Vaccines give you a natural ability. Let me say it again. Vaccines give your immune system a natural ability to fight viruses that it exists in and that they see and encounter in the world. It's an actual tangible way that the scientific process of viruses and immune systems can take out one another. It's just true. How many people have suffered personality disorders and other psychological and physical disorders? I don't know. Why would again, if you're worried about long COVID, if you're worried about long impacts, you should definitely be vaccinated against COVID, because that the neurological disorder long COVID, the best way to prevent it is 1, wearing a mask, and 2, being vaccinated. That's just what it is. Exactly, Jorge. Science saves lives. It's just it's that simple, guys. It's that simple. And I'm sorry. Like, I'm not going to sit here and really like prop up people that think that they are erroneously vaccine harmed. I'm sorry. Like, it's because a lot of people come in here and they think that, because when you get a vaccine, when you have flu-like symptoms, they think that's the vaccine doing harm. And that's not, guys. Your immune system literally is shown. It's like a fighting dummy or something, Your body's going to have a workout on that workout dummy, that punching bag, right? But that doesn't mean that because you sweat on the punching bag doesn't mean that you are fighting someone in a cage like you would in a real fight. That's the difference. So the punching bag is the vaccine, and the real fight in the cage is the actual virus. So that's what we focus on, guys. The fight in the cage with the actual guy. That's what it is. So you had a complete disability, which is SARS-CoV-2. Like, I'm sorry, but you have symptoms that align perfectly with long COVID. I'm sorry. You do not have vaccine harm symptoms. It just doesn't. You don't. And there are tons of cases in the United States. There are vaccine courts established in 1987 in order to try to take money from these pharmaceutical companies. And there are tons of cases of illegitimate cases of vaccine harm that go to these courts and try to take money from these pharmaceutical companies and try to take as much money as they can from them. And guess what? They're not legitimate, but the pharmaceutical companies basically, they're there in these courts, and the court has this money, this vaccine court that was established. 25 cents from every vaccine goes into the slush fund basically, and it pays out people. And it's a lot of times they just pay people out instead of investigating the actual claim. That's just what it is. It's better and quicker to just pay people out than to actually do the investigative work in order to actually figure out what the actual harm is. So that's just what happens. Okay, Kitty. I mean, I don't think I'm just saying that it sounds like that. It sounds like long COVID. That's just what it is. You're assuming she had COVID? How do you know that? I don't know that, but she didn't rule it out. That's the problem. That you can't. So a lot of times when people in these, that think that they're vaccine injured, basically they probably got COVID at the same time. So they got a SARS-CoV-2 infection that actually led to something like that. That's just what it is. Let's see if Debate Doc wants to come up. Can you rule it out if you've had the vaccine? You have to, like, if you were not exposed and you did a blood titer and you actually checked your body to see if you had any antibodies to the virus, then I would say okay, maybe you can, but no, I would say no. Oh, okay, hanging out with your wife. Nice. Good. Do that. Juju, she tested negative for COVID-19, but that doesn't mean that she didn't have SARS-CoV-2. Again, it's just people can have long COVID and test negative for COVID. That's just what it is. It's because your body is infected with the virus, and it's in an organ system that's infected with infected your body, and guess what? It infects any cell that has an ACE2 receptor on it, and that's a lot of your body. Okay, it's not just your lungs. So it's erroneously thought that COVID-19 is only a pulmonary, just a lung thing, and it's not. It's just not. The disease happens all throughout your body. So the fact that she has, things radiating down her body, she has, these problems all throughout her body. Again, it is indicative of it's indicative of a what? SARS-CoV-2 infection, of a long COVID infection, because you have viral particles replicating inside your body that keep going and spreading all throughout the body. And a vaccine harm isn't going to do that. There isn't enough mRNA in your body in order to create enough spike protein in order to do that. It just doesn't happen. No, again, Kitty, it's not true. It's not true. It just is. I know that I had COVID with many different symptoms. Yeah, Juju. So a lot of people have a lot of different symptoms with long COVID. It's true. It happens. There's a lot of different symptoms with it. It's a neurological disorder. So we have people that come in that have, an anti-vax son that never got vaccinated. And this is important because it can't be vaccine harm, right? And now they have vertigo. They can't stand up without feeling sick to their stomach. They have a loss of taste. They have a loss of hearing. They have chronic fatigue. They have, a lot of neurological disorders. And they're testing negative for COVID, and they have all these symptoms. It can't be the vaccine, guys. It can't be the vaccine because they never got the vaccine. It has to be long COVID. And they sound exactly like her case. They just do. I'm sorry. So just the idea that someone is up here saying that they have this, I'm sorry, it's not good enough evidence. There isn't good enough evidence. Yeah, again, Kitty, you're just wrong. I don't think that you're right. You haven't proven that it's the vaccine. I'm sorry. It's true. It's just true. Okay, Kevin, let's see if you'll say that to my face. A realtor and moving company. But he's an expert apparently, guys. Let's get him the invite. Yeah, exactly, Debate Doc. Exactly. The virus could be replicating in tissues that aren't sampled during testing. Yes, exactly. They just because it infests, like, so for example, a common place for SARS-CoV-2 be found are testes of men. Okay. So if you have SARS-CoV-2 infesting your testes, why do you think that SARS-CoV-2 is going to be sampled and be found inside of your throat or your nostrils? You have long COVID, you have all the symptoms of long COVID, but you're testing negative because you're not testing the inside of your testes with the swab, guys. It's actually very simple once you think about it. It really is. I'm not trying to be. Charity was up and she got flagged for misinformation. Testing. Yes, exactly. Still testing. Okay. All right, Kitty. There really aren't reliable huge testing for long COVID. That's one of the big problems with it. There is no test that finds it every single time. That's one of the big problems with it. And people that test negative, that are asymptomatic and tested negative, come up with long COVID symptoms. So again, it's tough. It is a huge area of research right now where tens of millions of people are impacted by this, and it's not just a small amount of people. People estimate around 10 to 15% of people with COVID symptoms have long COVID. So it's a lot, like tens of millions of people with long COVID in the United States, and we have no medicine in order to treat it. We have no defined symptoms. It all presents differently because it can all infest different parts of your body. It's very tough. It's very tough. Hi, Kitty.
Hi. Can we talk without you yelling this time? Can we do that?
Oh my God. I hate crybabies, dude. I hate crybabies. They're so annoying. It's like, are you going to talk to me like a child? Are you going to talk to me? I'm just going to treat you. I'm going to treat you like my kids and just time out. No, it's a timeout. It's a timeout. Okay? No. You're gonna say, Kitty, you're gonna say in chat why I kicked you and why it's a bad thing. Okay? Why are you sorry? Say, Kitty, look at me, Kitty. Tell me why you're sorry in chat and what you're sorry for. Okay? You're gonna treat me like a child. I can treat you like a child too. Hey, guess what? This is how I treat everyone. So you're not going to be special. Oh, so I'm sorry. I have 4 kids. Okay, so this is it. Kitty. I know you think that I'm being a dick to you, but I'm the one that's actually trying to get you some symptom relief here. That's fine. That's fine, Kitty. Okay. What's up?
Hello. So I think the part that you're missing in all of this is the reason I reacted to the vaccine, which was agreed upon, is because I have something called multiple drug intolerance syndrome. That vaccine will be the very last vaccine that I'm ever going to be able to take, whether it be a flu vaccine, a rabies vaccine. I will never, ever be able to have another vaccine. So that was the conclusion. That was the diagnosis. The syndrome is the reason I reacted to the vaccine. 1000% it was a vaccine injury. And no, doctors aren't just looking, the government isn't looking to just hand people money. Trust me when I say I had every test done. I had MRIs. They were looking for lesions for MS. I had genetics tests. They were looking for genetics. They were looking for an autoimmune disease. I even saw a spine doctor, and she said as quickly as I lost the muscles in my body, she would have expected something severe like MS or ALS. The fact that I could build my muscles back up again was also an indication to them that yes, it was in fact caused by the vaccine. I was on no other medication at the time. I react to every medication that I take, hence multiple drug intolerance syndrome. So I understand that my case is a little bit different. Now, your original question was, why are parents not trusting this, right? And it's because there is no conversation between the left or the right. And by the way, I am not conservative. I actually voted liberal. But what I dislike is the name calling between all citizens. I dislike it. It needs to stop. And somewhere in the middle, there is the truth. But people have stopped trusting. I believe that there's a lot of misinformation out there. And trust me, I have met some of these doctors who have tried to sell me the magic pill, the supplements and that. So I also know that those people exist, but I know that people like me exist too. And what has happened, I have a legitimate vaccine injury that has been proven. And then I have people like you who tell me that I'm wrong. I have been diagnosed with a syndrome, which is the reason I reacted to the vaccine. So you can look that up if you want. Another reason Canada has very little trust in the vaccines. Let me tell you what happened. And this is what I want you to research.
Okay.
Baltimore, you guys have a plant. Originally, they were making Johnson & Johnson, and they were making AstraZeneca. Biotechnology in Baltimore. So there were a hell of a lot of contaminated vaccines that came out of that plant. They all had to be dumped, I think, to the tune. No, listen, because you can look this out. You know what? I will send you the information. So then there was a blip where these vaccines were gifted to Canadians, and there was one particular lot number, MT0055, that were causing blood clots in people. So that vaccine was stopped. The shareholders have already been paid out. But we found that out. So now we know that our government gave to us, and I'll tell you this, the same day the FDA shut that plant down in the United States, it was approved from the federal level down in Canada to be used on Canadian citizens. We know this. So where is the trust?
No, the trust is like literally the scientific community are the ones that found out that the DNA vaccines, which is the Johnson & Johnson one that you're talking about, that were tied to the higher rates of myocarditis. And that's why they were pulled immediately. So it's actually the scientific community that actually helped you with the VAERS system and the adverse side effect, the vaccine board that we have. That's the one that found it. So again, this mistrust nonsense doesn't make any sense, and it's just not there. So I guess my question, is,
found, but then they still gave it to us Canadian citizens. So this is where
it was all
Canadians are
pulled.
coming.
No, it's all pulled.
It was no.
Yes, it was.
I can. You know what? I'm going to send you that information privately because I do have the documents to back up what I'm saying.
The Johnson & Johnson Johansson vaccine is what we're talking about, and that's why it was pulled. No, it didn't.
They continued
it didn't
to make
AstraZeneca.
Listen, please. They continued to make AstraZeneca in that plant.
Because BioNTech was an mRNA vaccine. It's a different technology.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm telling you is where the distrust comes from.
Okay,
right?
but the distrust doesn't exist.
Plant down. It does exist.
It doesn't. It doesn't. People are lied to. There is no distrust.
I know what you're saying. That it was pulled. But in Canada, after the plant was shut down, they continued to use the AstraZeneca in Canada.
Yeah.
After it was pulled in the United States.
So what is, let's say that you are one in the 100 million people that
I might
that
be.
have been
I am.
okay. Let's say I am like we are talking to the diamond and rough thing. Okay, so then what is
What?
your conclusion then on how we should proceed from here?
Well, I honestly, at this point, I don't think, and this is my opinion, I don't think I would necessarily give it to somebody unless they were immune compromised. Sorry, I can't pronounce that. I certainly wouldn't give it to children.
Do you realize that do you realize that people that are immune compromised actually not only do they get all the vaccines, but they're normally given higher dosages of vaccines that they can tolerate because they are so immune compromised they couldn't actually deal with a real viral infection. So it's actually critical for them to get vaccines. So even the fact that you said that, do you understand that you're pushing disinformation that you've heard?
I just said they should get it. That I believe people who are immunocompromised should have it.
Okay.
I believe the elderly should have it. But I think what you guys should be pushing is health, the gym, go hiking, take your vitamin D, take your vitamin
they're
C.
right here.
and stay
This
as
right here.
healthy as
These are
you
my
can.
jujitsu medals. These are my jujitsu medals, and I literally work out in the gym, and I have videos talking about that. Like we talk about that all the time. That's totally fine.
Well, then I
But the
agree with
problem
you.
is, is again, viruses exist in the world, and we can't help ourselves from being exposed to them. Especially when we have people that are pushing measles and spraying measles in our face. The best way in order to avoid the actual side effects of viruses is to get vaccinated. That is the only way and the best defense that we have. So that's why it's so frustrating talking to someone.
Okay, so I'm talking to you because I'm telling you the way people are thinking. I'm not necessarily saying this is what I believe. You asked a question, why don't people trust anymore? This is why they don't trust.
No, I'm saying what is your conclusion? Your conclusion should be, man, so actual people that are in my chat that rely on vaccines and they have diseases where they can't get vaccines anymore, and we have them. Okay, we have them in our chat.
me.
Those people say, please, for the love of God, take every vaccine because I can't take these viral infections, and I need you. Please take all the vaccines if you are healthy and you can, because I rely on them in order to live. That is the conclusion that people have. There are some people that take, it's like $10,000 a month that they require in order of medication in order to live, and they plead with people in order to take vaccines. So the fact that your conclusion is maybe people shouldn't take vaccines, that makes me think instantly, like, that doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't your conclusion match the other people's?
Because I'm vaccine disabled, so my conclusion
my
is
God.
not the same as yours.
But again, if you're vaccine disabled, then you require other people to get vaccines in order to actually stay healthy. And you're not saying that, and that doesn't make any sense.
3 children. All of my children had every vaccine going, except for back then, chickenpox wasn't available. I would vaccinate them over again, absolutely. But I think the COVID-19 vaccine just hits a little bit differently. I think children have always, to my understanding, done very well with COVID-19. And so I would not risk my child contracting myocarditis to keep 80-year-old me mom off the ventilator.
You are pushing vaccine misinformation now, because the people that have viruses, okay, that actually have SARS-CoV-2, they have incidences of myocarditis 700% higher than the vaccinated people. So again, you're just spouting vaccine misinformation right now. I'm just letting you know, like, that's not true. And vaccines are very safe for children. It's really important, actually, that kids do get vaccinated against SARS-CoV-2, because the incidences of long COVID only get higher the more you actually encounter the virus. So if people have 2, 3, 5, 10 different types of infections in their life, the long COVID incidences get more frequent and more severe. So if, again, the people that have, like, the moms that come in that say, man, my kid, my 17-year-old boy, he didn't think that it was a big deal, that this virus didn't kill any people, so he didn't get vaccinated. Now he has vertigo. He can't actually work. He doesn't have any taste. He can't hear anything. Like, again, the people these are the real people that come in here that have the real incidences.
I just don't think I'm really seeing that every day in my general life. I'm not seeing people who have all these long COVID symptoms.
You have long COVID. You have long COVID. That's you.
No, I don't.
That is you.
No,
yes,
I do
you
not.
do.
No, I
yes, you
don't.
do. And again, tens of millions
No.
of people have long COVID in the United
See,
States and in
here's
Canada.
the problem. I have been diagnosed with a syndrome. I'm telling you that I have that. You're completely dismissing that and telling me I have long COVID. I have been tested out the wazoo. I probably have a stack of medical files because they could not figure it out. I have multiple drug intolerance syndrome. This isn't the first time I've reacted to a medication severely. I reacted to nitrofurantoin so bad they thought I had ALS. I am a freak. I have multiple drug intolerance syndrome. My body doesn't like medications.
So then why would you encourage other people to be skeptical of the vaccines if they don't have the syndrome that you have?
I'm not.
Then why would you spout misinformation then in here?
Because I'm not. What
You
I'm
did.
saying
You
is
literally
my
just did.
personal-
Do
for me,
you agree? Okay,
personally-
no, the myocarditis rate is absolutely debunked. It is 100% false what you said. So I'll give you the opportunity now that you know that it is anti-vaccine nonsense. I will give you the ability to retract it if you want.
I don't know because there.
Okay, so now you're see. This is what I'm saying. You're using your syndrome and you're using your unique case. You are the 1 in 100 million, but now you're using your unique case in order to harm people and push anti-science nonsense.
I am not. There have been cases of children who have contracted myocarditis because of the vaccine.
Oh my gosh. And I just explained to you that people that have the actual viral infection have myocarditis rates 700% at higher rates.
You're saying then that it's a coincidence that happened. Okay, but it doesn't matter. See, what you're doing is you're saying.
Explain to me. Explain to me my words back to me. Explain to me. Go ahead. Explain to me what I said.
What you are saying. No, I'm not. I don't need to explain to you what you're saying. I'm saying what I'm hearing is you are putting people who have long COVID or who got myocarditis through COVID as a more important, in a more important category than people who caught it from taking the vaccine. I mean, both things can be true at once.
Yes, because we're in a pandemic. Because in a pandemic, it is very likely that you encounter that viral particle. So therefore, it is safer for people to get the vaccine than not have the vaccine. That's why, because you decrease your incidences of the yes. Even if you are worried about myocarditis, you absolutely get the vaccine. It's like
if we were in the heart of the pandemic, then. Yes.
Do you realize that we are still in a pandemic right now?
Do
you realize that we are still in the pandemic right now and that it is SARS-CoV-2 is still everywhere and that long COVID cases are still happening?
Well, I'm not seeing it around me. That's for sure.
Oh my God. Again, this is the problem.
Sorry,
exactly. This is the problem is that you are using your scenario, and this is why you're dangerous, that you are using your scenario in order to spout anti-science and misinformation. And I'm saying, I'm giving you every opportunity to walk back your statements and after I've explained it to you, and you are just doubling down into this nonsense. So I know that when you go here and you leave this conversation and you put in your keywords and you go into Nature Mommy Crystal Health, and these blogs, and they infest your brain like a virus, and you're reading all this stuff and you're thinking, yeah, maybe that is me. Yeah, maybe that is me. And you go into this nonsense.
That's what drives me nuts about people like you. You think you know me right away. You thought I was a Republican or a mega
You said you were talking about libtards in chats. Why do you? Gosh, I hate when people refuse to actually be accountable. Stand up, man. Stand up. Stop kneeling. Stand up and actually defend your positions. You sit there and you called people that were liberal libtards in chat.
Name calling. You know what? I'm liberal, but I absolutely supported the convoy. Two things can be true at once. And this is a problem. People are so divided. Why is that funny?
I mean, because you're falling for Republican propaganda left and right here. I mean, it is funny.
No. I supported no, it has nothing to do with politics. I supported
You don't think the convoy had anything to do with politics?
It had everything to do with mandates.
Okay.
It had everything
Yeah.
to do
Oh,
with.
yeah, exactly, Omar. Do you see HIV around you? Where do you see viral particles inside of the air? Are you? How do you know? What are the two pandemics that are happening right now in the world?
Well, I mean, you're sure you're going to tell me it's COVID-19. So what's
Okay.
the other one?
And
Oh, measles, right?
HIV.
Okay.
Yeah. That's as a microbiologist, that is my field. You were all about credentials before. I have a PhD in microbiology. I'm a world expert in this thing. So that's like literally, I'm telling you, as a world
You're
expert.
a world expert in your job. I get that. But you know what? You're not. You're not a world expert at reading people, because I am none of the things that you say. I support vaccines. I am vaccine injured. You keep telling me I'm not. I'm telling you I am. From my standpoint, do you know how goddamn annoying that is when I have been through hell and back after reacting to that?
Then, but do you
I
realize,
have had
as a
blood
scientist,
work out my wazoo. I have had MRIs, I've had CAT scans, I've been hospitalized, I have been tested out the wazoo. I don't have the things you're saying. I have a syndrome. I have a syndrome. It's been diagnosed. This is why I cannot take medication, and I'll never be able to take another vaccine. But you know what people like you have done is made my life hell, because if I say I had a reaction to the vaccine, the first thing that happened, Mega Maple, Trump supporter, like what the fuck does one thing have to do with the other?
because it has nothing, it has everything to do with the context of you talking about like libtards and you talking about going on
You
an
know what?
anti-vaccine, that anti-vaccine tirade. It seems like you're falling for right-wing conspiracies
I'm
over and
not.
over and over again. Yes.
I'm not. No,
You
I'm
literally
not.
are. I do I have to okay. The myocarditis rate thing that is settled. Do you want to do you want to? I'm giving you the opportunity now, since you don't fall for right-wing conspiracy nonsense,
settled.
anti-science, and I'm telling you what the science says, what the research science, the Myocarditis Foundation in the United States, which has no other purpose other than trying to help with myocarditis awareness, literally says, please take the COVID-19 vaccine because we don't want you to have myocarditis. So again, I am giving you the opportunity to walk back your statement and say,
What?
get the vaccine if you want to avoid myocarditis, and you don't want to spout anti-vaccine nonsense. You're pro-vaccine, so
You had originally stated, why don't people trust? Well, I mean, they came out with vaccines that were causing myocarditis, and then they pulled them back.
No,
right?
no,
And now
you're wrong.
saying,
No, you're wrong. No, again, the mRNA vaccines, the mRNA vaccines, again, they have 700% less cases. You can get 700% more myocarditis from the actual virus than the mRNA vaccines.
You said Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca were
those
pulled
are
because
those
of
are DNA.
myocarditis.
Yes, those are those
Right.
DNA
Okay.
vaccines. We're
So
not
what
talking about them. We're talking about the mRNA vaccines.
Yeah, but you asked a question, so let's get to it. The average person doesn't know the difference between those and Moderna and Pfizer, right?
And it's false. Yes, and it's false. Yes, and it's false, and it's wrong.
First, and then they took them back. Of course, you're going to have thousands of parents who are scared shitless to go ahead and get another one.
And they were wrong. And they were wrong. And they were lied to. They were lied to.
But all that information isn't making it into parents' ears.
But I am telling you right now. I am telling you right now, and I'm giving you the opportunity to be correct. So please just say that, get the vaccine if you want to actually not have myocarditis. I'm giving you the chance right now.
Well, this is going to be hard for me because do you know who Dan Hartman is?
No.
Okay, so I need you to Google that before you ask me this question. So I think that we should just stay Switzerland on this one.
Wait, we should. I didn't get that last part.
You can Google them really quick.
You should what? No,
Remain Switzerland on this.
No, who? Wait. What are you talking about? Okay, again, what are you? What's this? What are you trying to say?
I'm going to give you an opportunity to Google who this child is, who is a friend of mine, his son. I'm not going to go ahead and turn around and say it's safe because it wasn't safe for him. If it's safe
Oh
for
my
thousands of other
gosh.
kids, okay.
Oh my
I will
gosh.
walk
See,
it
this is
back.
what we're talking about. You are taking, again, anecdotal evidence does, your brain is locked on this because of your single case. And now you're extrapolating it against everyone. And again, so
No, I'm
one
not.
single case. Yes, you are. You literally are. Anecdotes
One
are
single
not
case.
data. And we don't sit there and make medical
But you're looking at it from a
diagnoses and
scientific
recommendations
point of
based off
view.
of single
I'm
anecdotes.
looking at it from the point of a mom who had to go to a funeral of a friend's son.
Okay,
so I
and
can't
there's a
turn
good,
around
and
and
again,
say it's
there's a good chance that that person died of the virus,
Myocarditis.
not from the vaccine.
Myocarditis.
Yes, if they died from myocarditis, guess what?
Hey,
There's a
maybe.
better
I
chance
don't
that they
know.
actually died
I
of
don't know.
the
But I'm not gonna
virus than they
come
did the
on here.
vaccine. It's just true. It's just
Maybe,
true. If they
maybe,
actually
I
lost their
don't
life, that's
know.
actually even a better case
Yes.
that it was from the virus. It wasn't from the vaccine. That's
But I'm
what
not
the
gonna
data
come on
says.
here. I'm not going to come on here and discredit my friend or disrespect the child. So there's a difference between you and me. You're looking at it from science
Yes.
point. I'm looking at it from somebody
Yeah.
who knows a child who died after having it.
No, that they died from. No, they died from. No, they died from a viral infection that happened around the same time as their vaccine, and they incorrectly are saying that it was from the vaccine.
Maybe, I don't know, but I'm not going to discredit him. If I did that, we would probably would never speak to me again. So I'm just not going to do that. If you feel it's safe and other parents feel it's safe, then go ahead and do it. I'm never going to tell somebody not to take a vaccine. What I have told everybody is I will never ever be able to take another vaccine. Right away, you discredited my story.
Yes.
I have a syndrome, which is why I got the payout. So the Vaccination Injury Support Program is run by liberal health physicians for the, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, they bring it under through the government.
No, your entire page is about people telling not to get the vaccine. Are you serious?
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh. Debate Doc, what's up, man?
When did I tell people not to get the vaccine?
That's what people are saying on your video, on your videos.
You know what? Go to my profile and look at my videos. It talks about the Vaccination Injury Support Program.
Oh my God.
So whoever just came in here is just full of shit. There has been a settlement since that.
That doesn't. Go ahead, Debate Dog.
I was just going to ask, so Kitty, you said that you have multiple drug intolerance syndrome, right?
Yes.
Okay. So to your knowledge, what are the symptoms of multiple drug intolerance syndrome?
It can mean many different things. So first of all, I have multiple drug intolerance and sometimes I have multiple drug allergy. So I actually have two different things. Sometimes I react in an allergic manner and sometimes I react in a very neurological manner. So trust me, I have spent hours with an immunologist who's explained to me the difference between a reaction and an allergic reaction.
Okay, so to your understanding, what's an allergic reaction? What makes an allergic reaction?
When my eyes swell up right away, my tongue will swell up, my throat will get tight, and I'll have a rash. Vomiting, diarrhea type thing. That is an allergic reaction that I need to take antihistamines for right away, whether I'm allergic or not. The other
what makes it a true allergic reaction is that it's IgE mediated. It's an so like a type 1 allergy is an IgE mediated immune response to
So let me tell you what I
allergen.
take when I have a severe immune response. I have meds here that I need to take 2 of immediately and get to the hospital. And of course I can't find them.
I mean, if you have genuine allergies, you have genuine allergies. That's totally valid.
Right. And then so the second type of
allergies.
reaction I have, I will start to lose my peripheral vision. I will start to not be able to walk, like not necessarily walk, but not be able to balance. If you go through my pictures, you'll see that like even toothpaste, because there's antibiotics in it, I can't use them. My tongue will
There
swell
aren't
up.
antibiotics in toothpaste.
Yeah, there is. According to my dentist, there is. So I have to use one called Bentadent because it doesn't have any antibiotics. Oh, that's what my dentist told me. But anyway,
What antibiotics are in toothpaste?
hold on, let me go look. Apparently, it's because your gums are connected, like throughout your body, like to your heart.
That's true. So people who have heart damage, right? People who have a history of like rheumatic heart disease, for example, or if they've got a prosthetic heart valve, they'll take prophylactic antibiotics prior to a dental procedure, right? Because a lot of your oral flora, particularly like Viridans streptococci, can latch on to damaged heart tissue, and cause problems. But we don't impregnate toothpaste with antibiotics for people to use twice a day for their entire life. That doesn't happen.
All I'm telling you is what my dentist told me. So I don't use that anymore. I use something called Bentadine, and it took about 5 months for the swelling in my tongue to finally go down. My tongue was always white, swollen. My throat was always swelling up. When I have neurological
there aren't antibiotics
reactions,
in toothpaste. I'm just going to tell you, there's not.
Okay, well,
And
I don't know why he would told me that, because he did. Maybe it's because there's polyethylene glycol, which is another thing that they thought PEG allergy was possible. Silicon dioxide, hydride, zinc, citrate, sodium fluoride, that's just French. Okay, well, I guess you're right.
yeah,
That's what I was told. I don't know why he would have told me that.
I don't know either. So, like when I looked up multiple drug intolerance syndrome, said that it was a non-immune mediated response to 3 or more different classes of medications,
Right.
without any real identifiable, kind of trigger or cause that led to really non-specific symptoms, like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea.
So we have been tracking my reactions to medications for a very long time. And I've been doing this in conjunction with my doctor, with an immunologist, and actually with my pharmacist as well. Everything is very well documented, because you're right, it's more than one class of medications. So for me, one example, prednisone. When my muscles were wasting, my doctor put me on prednisone to try to stop it. And I ended up going into anaphylactic shock on prednisone, which they said was unusual.
That's literally impossible. That's literally
Well, that
impossible.
happened.
Nope,
That happened.
that's literally impossible.
It happened. I've got pictures.
Prednisone is a glucocorticoid.
Right.
You make it in your body. It's an endogenous chemical.
Right.
You cannot react to that.
Well, let me tell you what happened
It's
to me
given
after.
for allergic reactions.
Well, let me tell you what happened. My hands, the palms of my hands turned completely blue. My tongue turned blue, swelled up. My throat got tight. And when I went to the hospital, at that point, that was the only thing I was on, was prednisone. And they were freaked out because they said, you're actually having a reaction to this prednisone. And so I had to wear a heart monitor because my heart dipped down to, I think, 52 beats per minute. I was extremely nauseous, air starved. And I know what you're saying, because my pharmacist, my doctor, the other doctors have said, holy shit, she reacted to prednisone, unheard of, which is what really opened their eyes when they started to look back in all my records. Anytime I've been to the hospital, anytime that I've had any sort of major reaction, I have been on medication. When that medication stops, I become fine again. Like, not right away. This all started, as far as I'm concerned, in 2019. I was given a 6-month prescription of nitrofurantoin to prevent bladder infections. After about month 2, I start having neurological issues, but nobody puts 2 and 2 together. And I keep saying to the doctors, as I'm getting worse and worse, could it be the nitrofurantoin? And they keep telling me, no, it can't be. Keep taking it.
Question for you. Have you ever heard of something called like a functional neurological disorder?
FND? Yes, no,
Yep.
that's been ruled out. No, these symptoms are happening. They happen. They're all documented. There's pictures. There's doctors on board. Yep. I'm doing a study I had a infected tooth. Day 5 on my amoxicillin, I start losing my peripheral vision. I can't walk. My fingers start flicking all over the place like I'm playing the piano. It was really weird. I go to the pharmacist, and he said, now I'm starting to wonder about your kidney functions. So we are going to do a test where I start them, because the tooth isn't fixed. When the infection comes back, I'm going to start the amoxicillin again. When I start to react this time, they're going to send me in for a bunch of blood work and testing to see how my kidneys are functioning.
Okay.
So trust me, I know it's weird.
So with functional neurological disorder, like the symptoms are very real. There's just not a clear organic cause.
Right.
It's not like you
Yeah,
have
no,
any
they,
damage to a particular region of the brain or anything like that.
yeah, no, they
Um,
definitely know this is
but the
medication
symptoms
related.
are real. It's the same thing with something like somatic symptom disorder. The symptoms are very real. There's just not a clear, identifiable, organic cause.
Right. No, they
And
definitely know that this is medication related. We're past that.
well,
Now we're
so
starting to.
you can have like a kind of somaticizing reaction to medications, wherein the medication isn't the true cause, but the symptoms are very real.
I've done
Right.
the placebo test. So that
It's
was
just
ruled out.
like you're talking about things like
But it was all
vaccine injury, like these lasting
for
kind
me.
of
The vaccine
negative effects of these
caused a lot of
vaccines.
damage.
But like
For me,
that's not even consistent with this multiple drug intolerance syndrome that you're talking about. Like multiple drug intolerance syndrome,
no, sir,
there's
I
nothing
can't
that
help.
talks about these lasting
No, they're not
disability related to it.
lasting. They're not lasting. So let me tell you what happened. I lost the muscles throughout my body, like a Guillain-Barré type situation. So I am healing, but you heal apparently from the core out. So what I'm left with is like really skeletal hands that, like, for instance, if I want to have a drink, I have to use both hands. I have no muscles in my hands. So I am trying to build the muscles up with squeeze balls and blah, blah. Neuromuscular said to me, that's not going to happen because she said, you heal from the core out. Your hands are probably permanently damaged. She's hoping not. I'm still doing the physiotherapy, even though she's told me it's a lost cause. So that's what I'm left with. Everything else is pretty much healed, except for the hand damage. It's going to take a long time to heal, if they heal.
Is it just your hands or your feet also affected?
At the time, it was, well, my feet are affected too, but my feet don't prevent me from working. I can still walk on my feet, right? At one point, I couldn't even flex a muscle in my calf because I had lost all the muscles down my calf. And then I was supposed to get a treadmill to start physiotherapy on my own. Instead, I got a border collie because I figured I'd be more dedicated to my dog than a treadmill. Then we started hiking very slowly. I've built all the muscles back up in my legs by walking with my dog. I built the muscles back up in my ulna muscle area in my arm. What I'm left with is damage.
Did the symptoms start centrally and radiate outward, or did they start at your hands and feet and work in the issues, not the recovery?
I started to notice like really bad Charlie horse cramping in my lower legs first. It felt like there was like a party going on in under my kneecaps, like just my nerves felt like they were flicking, my muscles were flicking everywhere.
So
and
it's
then
your calves, not your feet.
Well, maybe, I don't know, but it, like,
See, like
worked
none
its
of this
way
really
up.
fits anything. So like some things cause problems in a glove and stocking distribution, they call it, and that's because there are length dependent problems. So like the nerves, the actual neurons that go to your fingers, right? They start at your nerve roots in your spine, and then
Right.
those neurons extend all the way to your fingers. And so
That's right. That's all been looked at. My
the
spine has
stuff
been
at the tips of your fingers, right? It's the furthest away from the cell body. And so it's the most susceptible to damage because it's the last place where,
my
toxins
hands
can
are
be
definitely
removed
last.
and, nutrients can be brought, right?
Yeah.
So you have these
No,
like
that
this
makes
length
sense.
dependent problem. So for it to start in your calf muscle, right? Which is like
no, not
2/3 of the way
necessarily
down
that.
to your
Like,
feet.
I feel like there was a few different things going on. Like my muscles were going into Charlie horses while all the neuropathy and everything was happening. Like it felt like two separate things going on at the same time. But it was my hands that were last. You're absolutely right about that. I started dropping things. I took pictures of my hands, but everything in my
Your hands
muscles
would be affected
started.
first if it were like a length dependent thing.
Well, no, everything in my body felt like it was burning. So I have pictures where under my sternum was extremely swollen up, over my kneecaps were extremely swollen up. I have pictures. And it felt like all my muscles were burning and then being torn apart by rats. That's how I felt. And then one day, like I'm lying in the couch and I had this release. And then all of a sudden, like I felt no pain at all, but then I started to lose the muscles, like really rapidly. And I know it doesn't make much sense, but it's documented. And I don't have an autoimmune disease. I have been tested for everything. And the conclusion with the endocrinologist he was looking at everything. They looked at everything. They said, this is allergies.
Do you work with a psychiatrist?
Pardon?
Do you work with a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist? No. Why would I do that? Sir, there's pictures of my injuries. Like, I'm not crazy. Trust me.
You're crazy.
They're already thought of that. They've already thought of all that. So this is why now, when I'm on medication and I start reacting, they want to see how my kidneys are functioning. Because I very seldom react right away. When I react right away, the immunologist said that is an allergic reaction. When I react after day 3 or day 4, he said that is different. That's multiple drug intolerance. I'm not tolerating the medication. My body isn't clearing the toxins quick enough. This is why the next study we do is going to be on my kidneys, even though all the tests that I've had when I don't have medications on my kidneys are coming up fine. But they want to see
if it were related to like the buildup of like toxic metabolites or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. Then your reactions wouldn't be like the same or so similar with all these different classes of medications, right? Each type of medication would have.
They're not all the same. They're all very different.
But it doesn't even sound like any of these symptoms that you've had fit with like, you know, any kind of toxicity syndrome from whatever medication, right? They kind of seem almost random, these symptoms that you're describing, and like. The reason I brought up,
which is why they want to look at the kidneys now,
like functional, you know, neurological disorder, somatic symptom disorder, things like that. The reason I brought up a psychiatrist is because there's a huge overlap, it seems, between multiple drug intolerance syndrome and some of these other things like functional neurological disorders, you know, anxiety, depression, fibromyalgia, IBS.
No, like, none of that. You know, trust me when I say that we have gone through everything, and this is.
If you haven't talked to a psychiatrist, that might be one of the most helpful people to talk to, because like
I could understand what you're saying.
You can do that. You can continue to live with this kind of stuff. That's fine. You can, you know, not pursue that avenue, that road. That's your prerogative.
These are physical. Physical.
Yes, the symptoms are very physical, right? The symptoms are very physical with something like somatic symptom disorder or functional neurological disorder. There's just no clear organic etiology. Right, the symptoms are real. I'm not denying the symptoms. You're having the symptoms. That's totally valid. Right. You're experiencing it, but the root of it, the cause of it, may not be what you think it is, and it might be worth pursuing other avenues to try to find the cause, because the cause may be something that's, you know,
but we are
related to.
That's why we're looking. That's why we're looking at my kidney function. That's why we're looking at my kidney function.
Could be related to your kidneys, but it could also be related to your brain. Brain's super powerful. It can do a lot of things. And
I don't know. I believe that's probably why we did the placebo tests. And when I was on, and when I was on the one antibiotic for a bladder infection, I told my pharmacist, you know, this is great. I'm not reacting, but I still have a damn bladder infection. That's when I was told I was on a placebo. Had to go back in and get something called Monurol because it goes to the bladder. And that one is safe for me for some reason. Probably because it goes to the bladder and right out. I know it's crazy. I have been going through this for 6 years. I am probably not metabolizing things the way I should be. I'm taking medications slower with my pharmacist involved, with my doctor involved, and they want to do the kidney studies.
I mean, I think that's great. I think that's worth pursuing for sure. But
absolutely.
Like, you know, I think like Dr. Greg was absolutely on the right track, because like, you know, let's say there is something going on with you specifically, and all these different medications and all of these different, you know, vaccines and things like that, right?
Absolutely.
Like you, for whatever reason, just cannot tolerate these things, right? You are a 1 in a million 1 in a billion kind of case, right?
Okay.
You are
Let's go with that.
incredibly unique in that regard. And so when you come and you generalize and you say things like, you know, these medications are dangerous or harmful, these vaccines are dangerous or harmful, they hurt me in this way or that way or the other way, right?
I never
And
said that. I think somebody had
to the
mentioned
vaccines.
that. I had never said that. Somebody had mentioned in chat that nobody is vaccine injured, and I think that does people like me disservice because, you know, obviously this is not.
You can't even necessarily definitively tie it to the vaccine, right? You said that you've reacted.
No, they did though.
They did in profound ways.
I wasn't on any other medication at the time. I only had the vaccine. I have seen. Trust me when I say I have gone through many doctors because they want to solve the mystery. And one of the things that they want to do is look for a reason for it to be something else. The conclusion they came to was vaccine reaction. But why? This is when they started looking at my medical records. Anytime I've ever had any horrible reactions, I have said, you know what, I'm on this medication. When I stopped, it kind of dissipated after a while. When I reacted to prednisone,
I guess what I would say is like, you know, yeah, you may have said that in response to somebody saying nobody's vaccine injured in the chat, right? But this has clearly become a central part of your kind of like vaccine hesitancy related beliefs, right? Is the fact that you were, you know, according to these doctors, injured in some way by the vaccine.
but you know, right? Can I tell you
but
why
like,
that is?
No, just hold up real quick. So like we have to contextualize that, right? If we're gonna take that as truth, right? Which for the sake of this argument, I'll grant you, right? So if we're gonna take that as truth, we have to contextualize that in the broader picture of the fact that, like, you know, you are this, you know, 1 in a million, 10 million, right? This unbelievably rare case where your body is so intolerant of these, you know, vaccines and medications and whatever else, right? Like you are uniquely intolerant of these things. And so for you to make some broader statement about the vaccine, like, oh, the vaccine injures people,
you know,
right? Like, no, the vaccine is going to help those 999,000, like 999,999 other people. And even if it harmed you, for you to cast some aspersion about it based on your experience,
you know what?
when
I
there
kept
are
my mouth
these
shut.
hundreds of thousands of others who would benefit without this negative, you know, outcome.
I did that.
Right.
While I was lying on the couch losing my muscles, I kept my mouth shut. I made my kids go get it. I kept my mouth shut. You know where the animosity comes from? The animosity comes from anytime I say, you know, I took a horrible reaction to it, I can never have another vaccine. And that's not just the COVID-19 vaccine, that's any vaccine. I get called a liar, I've had death threats, and I just feel like, you know what, we need to stop making this political. Right away, when I said I had a reaction to the vaccine, Mega Maple, like, give me a break. It should never have been about politics. And I think that's part of the problem, is it's
clearly become deeply politicized, right? It's clearly become deeply politicized. And you know that you are, again, if all of this stuff is true, you know that you are an unbelievably rare case. Right?
I know that.
Unimaginably rare.
I will admit that. Absolutely.
And so if you are this unimaginably rare case, you understand that this thing is deeply politicized, right? Why wade out into the fray to begin with? Just don't bring it up. Don't talk about it, right? Like, you understand that it's such a divisive, deeply politicized issue. And the only thing that you can do by bringing up your unbelievably rare case is add fuel to the fire, further stoke those divisions, right? Add fuel to the fire of the anti-vaxxers. And
when I have a scientist saying that there are
why bring it up?
Why? Because when I see a scientist saying that there is no such thing as vaccine injuries, I know that that's not true. I know that.
So you would say, I know that for 1 in a million or 10 million people, that's not true. Well, in the grand scheme of things, is that really worth, you know, the discussion, right? Is that really worth
Not so
starting
much
this whole
over the
firestorm?
vaccine. Not really so much over the vaccine, but when I see somebody who's a scientist making it political, that needs to stop. And that's where that answers his own question. This is why people don't trust anymore.
It's already political.
But that's why people don't trust anymore, because it's been made political. Before the pandemic, you went to your doctor, you believed everything that your doctor said, and you abided by it. Like, I reacted so poorly to the first one, I should never have had the second one, but I listened to the doctor. You know what I mean? And
so like, it wouldn't be political if we were all united in saying 99.999% of people will only see benefit from this vaccine. And if, you are part of that 0.0001%, I'm so sorry. That's awful. Let's help you out. But let's keep rallying behind the other 99.999% who are going to benefit from it. And let's support this effort. Right?
Put it back in the hands of the physicians and not government. I don't know anybody who fully trusts
So you just said put it back in the hands of the physicians and by extension the scientists, right? Take it out of the hands of the politicians. So the politicians took it, they politicized it, they weaponized it. And now you have scientists saying, hey, that's bad. Let's not do that. And let's, reinstill trust in this community who is only trying to spread the best available information, the information that's best supported by the evidence, and that's only trying to help. Let's kind of bring it back into this community. And you're saying that is somehow politicizing it? That's trying to depoliticize it. It's trying to say, hey, let's go back to science.
When I came in earlier, it was there was very much a political statement going on. Was there not, Dr. Greg?
Yeah, of course. I don't shy away from that at all. I'm proud of it.
Right. But why? See, and there lies the problem.
No, it's not. No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Yes, it is. It's a problem.
What are you talking about? No, it's not.
People don't trust government.
No, the problem is that more scientists and more physicians actually didn't get more into the political debate 5 or 6 years ago and stop this nonsense entirely. Is that we actually did coddle anti-vaccine beliefs and we said, oh, well, it is an mRNA vaccine. People haven't been introduced to this, so let's give them, some benefit of the doubt. And people were, I'm not anti-vaccine, I'm just against this vaccine. And now it's festered to the point where now we have measles and tuberculosis and whooping cough outbreaks everywhere, and now we have to deal with this nonsense, and it's festered. I think that we should have gotten more political earlier.
No, I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. I think you guys got too political, and it scared the crap out of people.
Nobody got political. Nobody got no scientists and no physician did that.
In my country, they certainly did.
It used to be scientific and clinical, and it stayed there. It was dragged into the political realm.
Yeah.
By politicians. And if it's going to exist in the political realm, then it has to be combated in the political realm. It can't stay purely scientific anymore, right? That's you can't put the toothpaste back in that tube. It's out there. It's in the political sphere.
Right. And so
to combat it effectively, you may have to enter that political sphere. That does not make you, doesn't mean that you are politicizing it. It's been politicized.
Okay, but then here lies the problem. Not very many people trust the government. That would be
don't trust the government. Trust the science.
But now it's been made.
I'm not in the government. Dr. Greg's not in the government. We're not government officials.
Nope.
No, but it's been made political. Dr. Greg, when I came in here, it was very much political. And it drives me nuts that it's been made political. And that's why people are shying away from it, because I'll trust my doctor, but I sure as hell aren't going to trust Pierre Poilievre to tell me to go take a vaccine. And we have the government in Canada every day. They've got science first. They've got these commercials and advertisements everywhere about the vaccine. And it just seems like it's being shoved down our throats, not by the right group of people.
But who's the right group of people?
That would be doctors.
Okay, so ignore every political thing that you see, that refers to the vaccine or vaccines in general, right? You can ignore all those and just go seek out the doctors and the scientists and see what they're saying. And, 99% of those are going to be saying, hey, vaccines are good, get vaccinated.
Yeah, exactly.
So like if you don't want to pay attention to the political, aspect of it, terrific. Ignore that. Pay attention to the scientists and the doctors. And funnily enough, they'll say, the same thing, but like, fine, listen to them. That's fine. That's okay. You're still going to get to the same place.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like I'm doing exactly what you were asking people to do, but then you're mad at me for saying things that are scientifically true. And it just because
you
it,
were on here,
yeah.
when I first came in, you were very dismissive of the Republican Party.
Yeah, because they're anti-vaccine and they push misinformation that harms people. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Not
Yes.
everybody is anti-vaccine.
The polls are unequivocal. Like the vaccine rates haven't dropped for independents or Democratic voters. It's just Republicans, and Republicans have dropped down to 50% on whether or not they want to have the MMR vaccine. So that's just the case. That is just truth. That is what's been festering in their algorithms, and that's what they believe.
How many people do you know? What number are we on now? 13? How many people do you know realistically that are up to date on all these boosters?
13 boosters? What are you talking about?
Now?
What are you talking about?
The COVID-19 shot, the original 2, and then there's boosters that you need to get constantly, right?
Let me show you something.
What
So
number are
we
we on
celebrate every single vaccine here. We people that get vaccinated, we celebrate them because we love public health and public health officials. So we're up to 1,252 vaccines just in this community alone. So every single time someone gets a shot, they come in here and we have a vaccine party for them.
How many boosters would you need to have in your
1,252
body?
is how many vaccines that we have gotten. So
How many boosters would you need in your body right now to be up to date?
That would be like counting the number of flu shots you've gotten throughout your life, right?
Add 2 more.
It's at the point where it's kind of in a similar space as the flu, where it's become endemic. It's so common, right? That we're not getting rid of it. We're not eradicating COVID. We're not eradicating the flu. We can't really. Like all of the flu that exists now, a lot of it has to do with the 1918 Spanish flu epidemic.
Real quick, GMO. So we have GMO and we have sheepadoodle. Both. We have 3 more going up, guys. Let's give it up 3 more. So we spam V's for vaccine or MAVA for Make America Vaccinated Again. That's what we do. So 3, 2, 1. Good job, guys. 1,255 every single shot, every single time. You or your family, if you or your family gets vaccinated, we celebrate you. We come here. We love you. We love public health. We love public health workers. And thank you for being vaccinated for yourself and for your family and for everyone that you come across with. So thank you. So go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah. So no worries. So like back in the early 1900s, we had this big Spanish flu epidemic, right? And then after that, influenza became, this endemic virus that we can't eradicate. It's too common. Too many people have it. It's not going away, but it's constantly, recombining just because of the way, the influenza virus is. It's constantly recombining. And so, you have these new kind of recombinants every year. And so you need a new updated flu vaccine every year to deal with these new, kind of recombined variants. So that's the flu. In the early kind of 2000s, 1918 Spanish flu, 2019, 2020 COVID, kind of eerie, almost 100 years exactly. We had this massive COVID, pandemic. It's still technically a pandemic, but obviously the kind of severity has, gone down a bit. And now it's this endemic disease, and it's not the same as the flu, right? It doesn't have this, segmented DNA genome. It has an RNA genome that is, very prone to mutation. And so it's also constantly, changing in such a way that, your immune system may need some help, recognizing it. If you got infected a year ago and you get infected again with, COVID as it exists now, right? So just like you need to get a flu shot every year to deal with the kind of new, recombinant variants of the flu, you need to get a COVID shot every year to deal with this new mutated version of COVID. It's not like, hey, we're just going to keep jabbing you because,
It's
we're
not a
trying
burden.
to rack up our COVID counter.
It's not a burden to get a vaccine. It's an
analogous to the flu
ability.
shot.
Yeah, it's something that we get the possibility to have. That it's an incredible thing that we have, that we get to have. It's a privilege to have a vaccine. I mean, in the 1900s, 300 million people lost their lives to smallpox before we eradicated it. I mean, so we know viruses exist. We know that before viruses and antibiotics existed, child mortality used to be 50%. 50% of people used to die before they reached puberty. For hundreds of thousands of years of humans existing, that's how it was. It's only now that we are healthier and because we have these medicines. So it's like we get to have vaccines. We have new tools in molecular biology that can make new different types of vaccines. We have the mRNA delivery mechanism, which is an incredible thing because we can deliver gene therapies, anti-cancer gene therapies to it. We can use it to deliver vaccines. It's an incredible ability. So it's like, how many boosters have I gotten? I don't know, every single one possible and every single one in the future that I can.
And the interesting thing about that is you kind of mentioned like how many boosters, do you have now for COVID, as though like, you have to have had 10 of them in order to be fully vaccinated. That's not really how it is, right? Like if you got the initial vaccine and then you missed every single booster up till now, well, a lot of those variants don't really exist anymore. Like I said, it's constantly mutating. It's constantly, kind of developing because it's this, this RNA genome that's subjected to very kind of error-prone replication. And so if you didn't get all those previous ones and you get the most recent booster, then you will be, as protected as you can against the current variants as they exist right now. That's kind of the whole point. So you could be fully vaccinated with an initial series and one booster. You could have had 3 shots and be fully protected at the moment. You don't need to go get shots 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Traditional vaccine, then really it's more like a flu vaccine where it just varies. So where do they get their starting point then when they're creating vaccines? So clearly you need to know what's coming, right, prior to. So where do they determine what's coming?
They've got some really cool epidemiologists who sample like from, all of the various testing that goes on, and they find the, kind of most common variants, and they try to forecast, based on these epidemiological models, during the, worst times, like flu season, quote unquote, right? Like winter when everybody's indoors, right? What they think that the, most common variants are going to be during those times. And then they vaccinate against those variants.
Yeah, it's a lot of like cave sampling and stuff. Like they'll sample bat caves, they'll sample pig farms. There's a bunch of different places that they do, and then they sequence those genomes, and then they look at what would be possible for it to spread, and look at those sequences, and then put those sequences in the vaccine. So we create an all new vaccine every year for flu. And we do the same thing for COVID. So it's incredible. So and these are really important international research scientists, that are doing this work in order to protect people. And the COVID vaccine, by the way, is incredibly efficient still. So during the height of the pandemic, when it was the first strain, you were 10 times less likely, you were 10 times more likely to lose your life if you were unvaccinated with the alpha one because the original one was so effective. It was 95% efficacy. It was one of the best vaccines that have ever been produced. And even now, so right now, the COVID vaccine reduces your chance of an emergency room visit and hospitalization by 50% in the United States. The research paper that came out from the CDC was so definitive and so clear, the benefits of the vaccine, that RFK and his absolute goons had to pull that report and tried to silence that report from even coming out. It was so effective.
Well, and you know what? And here's the thing. I'm willing to compromise and say, okay, you know what? I understand that I'm a rare circumstance, but I think that to get online and say there's no vaccine injuries
Okay,
is
stop
very
though. Stop.
disingenuous.
Will you just say that the people, like the CDC study being pulled for political reasons that is RFK making this political, not me?
I don't know anything about RFK. I'm Canadian. I'm not American. I don't follow your.
Okay.
I mean, I'm forced to follow your politics.
The fact that the research scientists created a report that had a result that the politicians didn't agree with, and then the politicians tried to pull and silence that report from coming out. Do you think that is political?
I don't think any report should be stopped from coming out. I think if you have a peer-reviewed report, it should come out. But I also think that scientists, doctors need to start listening to people too when they're saying, I'm experiencing this or I'm experiencing that. Why is that so hard for you to admit?
I don't.
I think that's. Mm-hmm.
We don't do that. The problem is like highlighting and spending time about the highlighting case of vaccine injury when they just don't happen. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, like we're talking myocarditis rates, like, you know, the people that have myocarditis rates from the vaccine, we're talking like 1 in a million, which is on the span of like getting struck by lightning by going outside. Now imagine every single story in your algorithm and when you're swiping is, hey, another person got struck by lightning. Another person got struck by lightning. Another person got struck by lightning. What do you think would be the actual, like the real world impacts of people going outside? They're going to think, I'm not going to go outside. I'm going to get struck by lightning. In reality, it's a really rare occurrence, and flooding algorithms and news stories by highlighting these super rare cases harms people.
You know what?
I think it was a perfect analogy, actually.
Very well aware of that. I have even heard people say, oh, you know, when they turn these G5 towers on, everybody who's been vaccinated has got a chip in their body. As far as I know, we've never been able to produce a chip that could fit through a needle. We're all going to die. I have heard that. I've had people, because I was having problems with the vaccination injury support program, I had people who have been messaging me, threatening my kids. Those are the pro-vax people. Nobody wants to believe that there can be an opposite, because you guys have just, you know, it would do us so much better if you would just say, you know what, yeah, you know, it does happen, but it's rare. Even that is something, and stop making it so bloody political. Because I can't take another vaccine does not mean I'm a mega maple. Like, get real. That, you know how childish that is?
I think that, like, I think that this is, I think people are just kind of talking past each other at this point. Like, you know, like neither Dr. Greg nor I can, you know, really confirm, you know, or deny. He
wants me to say something that
it's just like,
make sense when you say based on my lived experience.
We can't really confirm or deny, you know, your anecdotal experience. And so for the sake of this conversation, you know, we can just grant to you, okay, let's say that you are that unbelievably rare person
which I
who
am.
has been injured by the vaccine. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
So let's say you're that individual. But as Dr. Gray just brilliantly pointed out, spending any amount of time really focusing on that or talking about it can only really stoke, you know, fear that will have negative downstream effects because it's so rare, right? Like when we look at the data, when we look at the things we can verify, we can see that it's so unimaginably rare that just talking about it is in and of itself likely a harmful thing to do, because it will lead people to be afraid and to not go and get something that would benefit them. And in losing out on that benefit, they are being materially harmed. Right.
I would
And
never
so,
tell somebody
what?
not to go get a vaccine. I would never do that.
But just by having this conversation and by bringing it up
But
and
it's my truth.
highlighting it so much,
It's my truth. I don't go around highlighting this all the time. My God, I have a grandbaby. I live my life. I'm not walking around thinking about vaccines all day. I don't talk to people about it.
But let's say that you were Lightning McQueen, right? Not because you were a race car, but because you had been struck by lightning like 6 times, and that was your truth. That you were this just supernatural lightning rod. And, not infrequently you went around and you spoke about, the dangers of lightning and how you've been struck 6 times. And you would never explicitly tell people not to leave their homes because they might get struck by lightning. But you don't really leave your house anymore because you're afraid of getting struck by lightning. And it's happened. People have been struck by lightning 6 times. Look at me, I'm an example. And then people hear that and they're like, fuck, somebody got struck by lightning 6 times and they don't leave their house anymore? That's really scary. I'm not sure I want to leave my house anymore either. I would tell Lightning McQueen, yeah, I get it. I'm really sorry that happened to you, man. That sucks. But honestly, just going and quote unquote speaking your truth, telling your story, you're probably doing more harm than good. I get that you may, feel this kind of compulsion to do so. But
well, where the
you're hurting
from,
people
Sarah?
if you're leading them to stay indoors and become, agoraphobes because they're afraid of getting struck by lightning.
You know where the compulsion comes from? It comes from a place of somebody telling me I'm lying, that I have something I don't. I have gone through.
But why isn't it just enough to know internally that they're wrong? To just know, you know what? I guess they're just ignorant and misinformed. But I know my truth and I know that they're wrong. And as much as I would like to, go and correct them, I know that, drawing so much focus to this incredibly rare thing when it might harm other people by, inadvertently encouraging them not to get vaccinated. I know that that's not the right move. I know that that's probably doing more harm than good. So as much as I may want to be hey, you're wrong. I'm this example.
I understand what you're saying.
I know that the best thing is just to let sleeping dogs lie.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I don't walk around telling people not to have it. When I came in, there was a very heated conversation about the vaccine, and it had to do with Mega Maple was brought up, right? So of course, I'm going to be defensive about that. Why name call people if they don't want to have a vaccine? Why assume that they're Republican or they're conservative? The two to me don't go hand in hand. And I think that is an issue. I think at some point, all that shit needs to just go by the wayside, and we need to give doctors back the power to gain trust back with the public, because people don't trust politicians, and it just sounds really uneducated when you have a scientist sitting here calling somebody Mega Maple or Republican.
I've never said that. It was another Canadian that was saying that was not me, by the way. So I don't even.
Well, you were talking about.
I don't even know. I don't even in my lexicon to say MAGA Maple. I've never even said that in my life. But it was someone else that was calling you that, and so whatever. I mean, it is what it is.
No, that was him. But you're saying Republican areas and that. That shit to me just needs to stop. Two things can be right at the same time. I can be conservative or I can be liberal and like the vaccine or dislike the vaccine. It's putting people into all these categories. It drives me crazy. I know I'm vaccinated. It's been diagnosed.
So here's what I'll say, because actually I should probably go to bed soon. But
yeah, me too.
The thing is, people have been pointing out in the chat that apparently the second video on your page is titled Vaccine Harm. So even if
It
you're
might be,
not up
yeah.
in lives all day, every day, right? The material that you have put out that's available for people to view, that's come from you, kind of available to you 24/7, right?
Right.
It is pushing that kind of vaccine harm,
Was it
vaccine
the one with
hesitancy
the,
narrative,
is it the one
right?
with the
So
pictures of,
I
is
have
it the
no
one with
idea. I
the
haven't gone to your
pictures?
page, but
Because there's some that only pertain to the Vaccination Injury Support Program, and there was a lot of controversy. Carol Jarvis from Global News did a
you're
report on
contradicting
it. So a
yourself,
lot of my videos
right?
are about that. They're factual. But I will
But
remove, I'll tell you what, I will remove the ones with the pictures of people who have been injured by the vaccine for you. I will do that.
all right, I mean, I'll take that as a W, but but I guess the thing is, like, I feel like you yourself are kind of torn in these two different directions, right?
Well, I
On the
mean,
one
I
hand,
have a
you
friend.
have these like, per you liberal beliefs. On the other hand, you have all of this, all of these kind of
I have,
issues related to vaccines, and
well, no, I don't have all these issues related to vaccines. What I have is, like I speak to several people who are vaccine injured or think they're vaccine injured. I agree with you. Not everybody is. I will agree with that. I believe in human rights. I believe that transgender people deserve to live a life, gay people and that, but on the same time, I'm fiscally conservative. So when you get to people name calling constantly and based on their lived experiences, I think it's horrible no matter who the person is. You don't need that.
Yeah.
And if you want to spout science and you want to talk about doctors and whatnot, stick to that. You don't need to look like an a-hole by calling people names or, like
to
even when
fair to
I've been
Dr.
in
Greg,
this chat, I've
he has
had,
two different things that he does. He talks about, politics a lot, and he talks about science. These are like both kind of components of his, of his channel and kind of what he does. So
right. No, I understand that. I
it's
mean,
not
it's
like
his
he's trying to
channel.
just stick to one lane.
No, I
But
get that.
but like when you're talking about like, oh, just because people, may have some degree of hesitancy related to vaccines, that doesn't necessarily make them, Maple MAGA or whatever, right?
No, you know what?
Like the thing
Sometimes
is,
it
just
just
looking at the
makes them
data, those two things are
scared.
pretty inextricably linked. And so,
Sometimes it just makes people scared. And I think when you naturally assume that somebody doesn't want to have a vaccine because they're conservative or they're mega maple or blah, blah, that's a horrible thing to do. You know what? Talk to them if they're scared. Explain why they shouldn't be scared. Don't buy into it. I
so
mean,
Kitty,
these are professionals.
help us for your fellow Canadians. How do we get more Canadians vaccinated with MMR? Because you guys have a huge problem right now. You have 85% of Canadians like vaccinated for MMR. You had a huge measles outbreak that went through. And I don't know if you know, but measles actually causes immune amnesia, which wipes out the entire immune system. It causes also, problems, decades down the line where you can have brain inflammation basically, and you can, have problems connected with that and leading to death. So like, how do you think we should get more people vaccinated with MMR in Canada?
Well, I think one thing that they could do is slow down a little bit with these little ones.
Oh my God, dude. This is what we're talking about. What are you talking about, dude?
There's no need to slow
see,
roll
this
it.
is.
There you go. I'm not going to repeat something Trump said. You're jumping the gun before you're hearing me
No. Just like that in and of itself.
We've heard enough.
Like there's no need to slow down the vaccine schedule. Your vaccine, or sorry, not your vaccine, your immune system doesn't get overwhelmed or
you didn't let me
confused or anything
finish.
like
I
that.
was saying you should slow down, talk to parents, give them the information, let them go home, let them read it, give them some research sites. Parents aren't stupid. Let them look into it. Give them time. They'll come back. But what happened in Canada is
stuff has to happen pretty
different than
quickly.
what's
Like kids are very vulnerable in those first few months. So those first few months are critical. So you can't be like, you're coming in for your 2-month visit and then we're like, hey, here are some materials to read. You can come back in a few weeks or a month or two. Take your time, not a big deal. What?
They do. They get them. Yeah, we get them. They get it then too. Everyone, yeah,
Well,
because
they
you get
don't here.
vaccinated. Yeah, because you get vaccinated like while you're pregnant, while your partner's getting pregnant, getting a Tdap booster. Like people do that constantly.
Well, we sure as hell don't get that here. We don't, honestly. Like our
There's
medical
some better
system is
prenatal
completely.
counseling. That's fun.
Yeah, I'm for that. I'm for better prenatal counseling across the board. Everyone should, but the point is that like the problem isn't that we are giving people less information. There is tons of information, and we shouldn't slow down the vaccine schedule like in order to catch people up. Like we should make it faster, like incentivize people like in order to get vaccinated. Like I personally, I like the idea in Australia, they tie it with your child tax credit. So in the United States, you basically would get paid $8,000 a year in order to get your child vaccinated. If you're not vaccinating your child, it's going to cost you $8,000 a year. That's how I think that we should do it. We should incentivize and give people money to vaccinate.
I don't know. I think that goes against your. I don't like that idea. I don't. But I think it's just a matter of the right people having to deliver the information.
What?
And in Canada, where we have a problem right now, the right people aren't informing parents. Parents are scared shitless. I think we've had 4,000 kids in Ontario suspended because they weren't up to date on their vaccines. That was unheard of when my kids were little. So yeah, there's a fear there, but the message won't come from the government. It has to come from medical professionals.
It is already coming from medical professionals, and people aren't vaccinating. That's the problem.
The counter information is coming from, like kind of opposition governmental figures and those who have been propagandized by them.
The problem is that people live on these apps, okay, and they see thousands of stories about how there's these nonsense claims of all these harms, these vaccine harms, constantly, and they don't see the cases of people actually getting sick with measles. They don't talk, they're not. The anecdotes aren't about these kids that are in quarantine for 30 days because they've been exposed to someone that's measles positive. The stories of the people that are being harmed by the viruses aren't shared on these apps, but conspiracies are. It's easy to share a conspiracy of why viruses aren't real or any the nonsense like that. And so basically they live their lives on these apps. They see thousands of these types of anti-vax stories, and then they sit for 30 minutes in with the physician, and the physician's like, hey, you want to do that vaccine thing? And they're like, I don't think so. I've heard a lot of like weird claims. It doesn't seem like they're that safe. And then the physician's like, okay, I guess you could come back later and we could do it later, because the physician's in a weird spot, right? Because the physician doesn't want to drive this person away. They're already susceptible to pseudoscience nonsense, and they don't want them to go to like a naturopath pediatric, fake doctor. They want it to like actually stay within their care, so they don't want to push them away. So a lot of physicians are stuck in a bad spot because they have to kind of coddle these people, and instead of just telling them the harsh truth of saying, hey, I'm telling you the truth, what you're reading online is all BS. That's all nonsense. You should take the vaccine right now. Absolutely.
I don't know how you're going to get there, because I see a lot of distrust now. And I'm not saying that it's right or it's wrong. I see a lot of distrust. I know parents who are refusing to vaccinate their children. I keep my mouth shut. It's none of my business. My kids were vaccinated. And I know we're having measles outbreaks in Ontario. I know kids have been suspended, but you know what? They let them all come back because there was so many of them.
Hey, Katie. So I gotta head to bed. I'm tired, but I guess the last thing I'll say, the thing that I'll kind of leave you with, I think Dr. Greg has alluded to this as well, but I think Dr. Greg just absolutely hit the nail on the head with kind of the last few things he said. One of which was that like you're so you are on the one hand saying, hey, they need to not be, getting information about this stuff from politicians that are kind of stoking these fears, creating this hesitancy. They need to be getting this information from, doctors and scientists, right? And Dr. Greg said, well, they're living their lives on these apps, they're being force-fed information from these algorithms.
Right.
And
No, it's a
so
problem.
many of them are falling into these rabbit holes wherein they're not seeing any messaging from the doctors and from the scientists. And all they're seeing are these anecdotes about vaccine harm.
Are
And
you
that creates this vaccine hesitancy in them. They
right?
don't see the kind of countervailing information from the doctors and scientists. So they're not really seeing the pushback. They develop this sense of vaccine hesitancy that cannot be combated in a short visit with their physician. And then, they, fall further and further down this rabbit hole, and they get further and further entrenched in these kind of anti-vax beliefs. Can
Right.
you understand how the stuff that you say and share may be contributing to that, and maybe one of those vaccine harm, vaccine hesitancy voices that they see when they're not seeing the doctors and the scientists that you yourself are saying they should be seeing, right? They're not seeing those. So they're
Well,
seeing your
absolutely.
videos about vaccine harm and vaccine hesitancy. They're not seeing the doctors and the scientists. And so you, despite the fact that you're saying that there should be more trust in the doctors and scientists, you're doing exactly what you're arguing against and contributing to the hesitancy
Well,
rather than the trust. Do you see
yes
that?
and no. Well, yes and no, because I do have a vaccine injury. And, when I get my back up when I say, I can't take a vaccine, and then I get kicked out of people's lives because I say I can't take it, or I had a really horrible reaction to it, of course I get my back up. But I'm also I want to ask you guys this too. So in my algorithm, I'm actually seeing a lot of pro-vaccine stuff. So I'm seeing vaccine that's being produced for Alzheimer's, for example, another one for cancer. And there's a few more. I think diabetes is one, right? So when you constantly have vaccine, it seems to me like it's being thrown out there all willy-nilly. And then maybe people just kind of, and they scroll through. You don't see that
I
in
think it's
yours?
just because you've been interacting with Dr. Greg's stuff, and so maybe you're seeing more of that. But most people aren't.
The best thing on your algorithm, Kitty.
But I'm
That's-
talking about Facebook. I don't spend
I'm there
a lot
too,
of
dude.
time
I am going.
on TikTok.
I am going actually a little viral in the anti-vax Facebook stuff. It's pretty funny. So
I would
yeah.
like to bring. I've got to go, but I would actually like to bring Dr. Miller on here if you don't mind.
Anyway,
I can't be there for that one, sadly. But
well, yeah, not late. I would love to schedule that debate talk. Would be great for
Okay,
later.
so let's
at a later
schedule
time.
it, and
Okay.
I'll send you a private message. He's a
Okay.
pediatrician.
Perfect.
So anyway, we can. I kind of agree with you.
okay, I guess the last thing I'll leave you with, just something to maybe percolate a little bit, is if you're being genuine in your assertion that you recognize that you're a unique case and that all like on the whole overall vaccines are good and there should be more trust in them and people should trust doctors and scientists more. We need to amplify doctors and scientists' voices. Maybe consider that you going up on these panels, you putting out these videos, right? As much as you may want to speak your truth and put it out there, right, is hurting the thing that you are claiming you want, right?
I'm going to give you the
doing
win, and I'm going to
material
remove.
damage. So just let that percolate.
I'm going to remove one video that is a little startling. I'm leaving the ones up about the Vaccination Injury Support Program, because that's about a program within the Canadian healthcare system. So I'm going to leave that up. But I'm on your side too. Like, you guys don't even get it. Like, you know how many times I roll my eyes when somebody tells me I'm going to die as soon as I turn the 5G towers on because I have a microchip, or that I have a magnet in my body? I mean, good God, like, I'm not a tinfoil hat wearing person. I just know my truth. And then when I constantly hear people tell me who I am or what I am because I took a reaction to a medication, it just sends me. It's ridiculous to assume you know who I am because I reacted to a medication. That's ridiculous, And so I get my backup.
I do. I genuinely hear you. I hear how that could definitely be
frustrating and upsetting. So I do hear you. But I guess this will be my true final thing, and then I will disconnect because I keep saying this last thing. But you know, when like it's very difficult for me to get insulted or upset about things that people say, because I have a strong sense of who I am, and if people say things that I don't think are a good representation of me, I'm secure enough to know that or to just understand hey, that's not accurate. That's not true. I'm not going to let that, upset me or bug me or bother me, because I know that that's not true. That's not the case. I don't have anything to prove to that person or those people. I don't have anything to prove to anyone really. And so I can, just kind of exist secure in the knowledge of who I am and what I'm about. And
In all honesty, I think I'd
at the end of the day, you
Yeah.
can't control what other people say or
Yeah.
do about
Well,
you or about anything really, but you can control how you respond to it.
I
And so
understand
if
all
people are
that, and
saying these things and it's upsetting you, that's
I do live
valid.
my life for the most part like that, and I will admit I was a little spicy tonight. But no, I agree with you guys for the most part.
Yeah. So if people are saying stuff and you're that's wrong, that doesn't represent me or doesn't represent my truth, I can understand, being a little bothered about it, but ultimately it's up to you to decide, okay, is it worth, going up, creating a video about it, going up on a live about it, arguing about it, if, doing so may harm this other goal or objective that I have? Or can I just, just exist and be comfortable in the knowledge that, what, they're wrong, they're misrepresenting that, and that's on them. That's not on me. So that will be my final parting thought.
Okay, thanks, Debate
Have a
Doc.
good
Guys,
sleep.
2025 guest of the year, Debate Doc. Always love having him on. Thank you for coming up, brother. I appreciate you. Hope you're.
Nice meeting you, Debate Dog.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Appreciate you. All right, Kitty.
He was a good guy.
Well,
Anyway.
I thank you for coming up, Kitty. I'm curious, to see. You're welcome to join the Discord, to give me link to whatever you want, all that kind of stuff. So you're always welcome.
Well, I actually will talk to Dr. Miller because I think it would be an extremely interesting conversation between you and him. He's a pediatrician from the States, and he has a lot of the same ideas and a lot of different ideas. So I think it would be really interesting to have him, and he's not a coward. He won't back down. So
Let's see.
I'll talk to him, and then I'll send you a private message and see if you can have him in.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
It was nice yelling and chatting with you.
Good, nice. There you go. Thanks, Kitty. Bye. See ya. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate you. Debate Doc. Another round of applause for Debate Doc, guys. Always love when Debate Doc comes in. Appreciate Debate Doc so much. Hey, Robin, how's it going? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, of course, Debate Doc. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Efon. Thank you guys for all the gifts and stuff during that. That was really nice. Sheepadoodle, thank you so much. Efon, Michelle, thank you so much. Really, DN, Michelle, Sheepadoodle again. Thank you guys. Appreciate you so much. All right, guys, we are going to try to get another person in the queue. See if we can get a Republican. She was not a Republican, everyone. So she's a Canadian. Let's not hold it against her. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. We're joking. Like how we're better at hockey than you are too. There you go. Yeah. Oh, there you go. What's up, Riz? How's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
What's up?
Nothing. I just have a simple question to ask because I hear everybody say that science can actually decide uh, if something is good or bad. To me, that sounds like a categorical mistake. Like that's a different category of things we're talking about. Science doesn't get to decide ethics in general. Like, I've heard people throw on the word pseudo, intellectuals. I think that's pretty pseudo intellectual to say that science actually gets to decide what is good or bad. That's a categorical mistake, folks. Let's be real, so like that's all like. I don't want to argue with people, like I respect scientific people, I respect doctors, I respect nurses. You guys save lives. I would hate to come here argue with you guys, disrespect the people who are actually out there saving lives, So I'm not about the argument. I'm just saying, like, have respect. Both sides need to have more respect,
I mean, what? Okay, I mean, do you think that viruses are real?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that they cause like disease and that like people would be harmed if they weren't vaccinated?
I'll just be very straightforward with this so people know what my position is on this. I think vaccines save lives.
Okay.
They have historically.
Yeah.
They did this time. In future, they would. We absolutely need them. We need this science. We need the community that studies and does this all this stuff. We need it, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are ethical issues that science cannot solve, and if we mix the two things, we kind of like we're making it too complicated, unsolvable in a way, right? And it just becomes like a completely unsolvable problem. And I say let's not do that, because let's keep the ethical side completely separate from the science. And when I see the scientific community use the ethical argument, I say like that's doing damage to the science now, right?
Yeah, I mean the thing
Because
is, I
it's
think that
creating a mistrust in science.
yeah, so I think that like inherently
It's
science
diluting
is
science.
political. Like science already is political because we require public funding in order to do scientific research. So we have to make that value added statement to like the public and say that science is needed in public funding. So I think that it's kind of like I think people are like science shouldn't be ideological. I think that that's what people are trying to say. Like it shouldn't be an ideological football that we kind of like, pass around through like political games, but inherently like science is a part of politics. Politics is a part of science because of that public aspect of it. It doesn't work within the private funding model to do research, novel research and development. So it has to be within that. So we have to fight for it. We have to like espouse that like, hey, science is worthy of being funded.
Absolutely, I agree. There are certain like vaccines that just have to be mandatory. I think everybody agrees, like that certain vaccines just should be given to everybody.
Then how do we make
right?
that
Because-
mandatory then?
Right. So I agree with your argument that 100% there like science does mix with politics.
Okay.
And that is accepted generally in majority of the countries, right? So I agree with that point. But what I'm saying is when there are ethical issues that rise up, like for example, when people say that other vaccines, they were studied for much longer. This is a newer science to begin with. And on top of that, it's been studied less than before, right? So now that's away from the science of it. The science could be sound. I'm not making a scientific argument. I'm just saying that it's an ethical question at this point, whether scientifically sound or not, it's there. And now the politics has to address it. And when people just keep hammering on the scientific part, it doesn't solve the problem. It just makes it unsolvable. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. I'm trying.
How do we make if something, you said that some vaccines should be mandatory. So how do we make those things mandatory? Isn't that an ethical statement, right? And
So
inherently?
you have to gain confidence of the public, wherever the ethical issues are, like whoever is voicing those concerns, you have to gain their confidence. You have to work it in a political way, is what I'm saying.
And what if that
I'm not
doesn't
saying
happen?
get rid of your scientific like basis, which should be factual, right? I'm like, you can't say that like the science is wrong. I'm not saying the science is wrong, right? If the science is there, it's there. It's either there or not. Like, it's very simple in that.
Well, I mean, the problem is if everyone was scientific and read the studies, then everyone would be vaccinated and this wouldn't be a problem. But the problem is that people aren't like using sound judgment and they're not choosing the right path. So then how, as we, as a government, how as we as politics, yeah, exactly. How in politics, how do we, push people to make the right decision?
There we go. It's no different than when I smoke.
Mm-hmm.
I know it hurts me, but I do. Like, so how explain that? Like, scientifically, I know what I'm doing is bad, but I still do it. Now, does that give you the right to come snatch it out of my hand or like inject me with whatever medicine?
Wait, it does. No, we do. We do.
No,
we absolutely ban you from smoking in restaurants. No, it's not. No, of course not. If
scientifically could be right.
If we absolutely banned smoking in restaurants because of this issue, you are absolutely not allowed to smoke when it impacts other people. And in the same way, we do the same thing with viruses. You are not allowed to spread, viral particles to one another. And that's why we make it mandatory in a public health setting. Which is why we make it mandatory.
I agree. And I think that happened more because of the ethical side of it, like the politics side of it, rather than the science, because at one point, doctors actually used to promote cigarettes.
So a very small percentage. A very small percentage. No.
There are things on the scientific side too. You can't say the science has never been used the wrong way.
No. That was never the consensus. No. Again, you can find fringe MDs, fringe PhDs that say these things, but that doesn't mean that it's scientifically consensus that that smoking was good for you, that the climate wasn't being impacted by humans, that all these falsities, like it was never a scientific consensus that these things were true. People are cherry picking those.
There are many things, like the simplest example is vegetable oil, right? I come from a culture where we used to use desi ghee, right, as our cooking oil. The whole culture switched to vegetable oil because the scientific community was saying it's better and healthier. Guess what? Within my lifetime, we're going back to different oils, so these things happen. Science is it's like an evolutionary thing in itself, right? We learn more, we change our perspective all the time. The paradigms shift. You can't say science can tell you the ultimate truth. That's not the scientific argument. It's never been. I think that's being unfaithful with science itself, to say that I know 100% this is a fact and it can never change. That's not the scientific mind, I would say. So you can't, like, there are certain things you can say, I'm relatively sure that this is, to my best understanding, this is what it is, right?
Yes, you can, but you can have, so you can absolutely use science to make the 100% right decision, but that doesn't mean that it is going to be 100% outcome. So that's what it is. So for example, like, do you play poker?
No.
Okay. Do you play video games?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you had if you're starting wooden sword, okay, in a role-playing game, versus the best in slot weapon that has the highest DPS possible. Okay.
Yeah, I
It
see.
is 100% going to be the right decision to use the best in slot weapon to get the most damage per second that you can against that boss. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't be some crazy scenario where actually, because there's like thorn damage or some weird scenario where maybe the wooden short sword that you got as your first weapon might be the best weapon for that scenario. So, right? But every single time you would absolutely choose the best possible weapon that you could in order to, like, you as your main weapon. So again, is it every single scenario, every single time? No. But is it always going to be the best, best foot forward to use the best weapon? Yes. And that's what it is. So science gives us the best weapon, the best possible decision making that we can make, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to always be the best outcome.
Absolutely. So that's where I say that you have to look at it from a categorical perspective, because given that you have a high level of faith in science, I can tell.
I don't have
Like, you
faith.
seem
It's
like a
not faith. There is no faith.
Like, believe, whatever, like certainty, right?
Okay.
You have a high level of certainty in science. Like you think that that's like the factual truth, and people should operate in life using science.
Yes,
agree.
I think it's the best way to know
Absolutely.
and obtain
That's the
knowledge
best
about
tool
how
we
the
have.
world's. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Right. 100%. I agree with that. But you have to, at the same, like that very thing that you're using science to make that argument will also tell you that there's another form of reaching to the truth that people use. You might not believe in that, right? But the best way to deal with that uncertainty on this planet, that you could be 100% certain that the world is round, but there are always going to be people, you can give them all the proof, all the evidence, they will still believe the earth is flat, right? So what do you do with those people?
Well,
Do
they're
you
wrong.
force them? Do you force them? Do you punish them for believing the earth is flat? No, right? The same tool, science will tell us that there's a better way to deal with this uncertainty, or whatever you want to call it. Like, people have different belief systems, right? So, which goes into pluralism, and like that's the ethical side of things. That's not scientific. You can't just look at everything from one lens and say, like, just because I know this, or I believe this is right, or I'm certain that this is right, everybody must. Like, that would make you a radical and extreme person too, even if you're right. You gotta have like.
But it's
the
not a
ability
50-50 choice
to-
whether or not, like, it's not a 50-50
So
choice
it's
whether or
tricky,
not the
right?
earth
When
is
when
fat.
the ethics come into it, when the ethical side comes to it, even you could be wrong even when you're right.
Uh-huh.
That's the dilemma of ethics. You could be wrong even when you are 100% right.
Yes.
So that's not scientific. That's not a scientific debate, or like, that's a completely different debate.
But it's not a 50-50 choice whether or not the earth is flat. Like, there, it's, you know what I mean? And
Absolutely.
giving people.
But what do you do with a person who believes that?
Well,
the earth is flat?
I think, especially with something like vaccines or something, we should incentivize people in order to get
Do you
vaccinated.
stop that person from getting married and making kids? Or do
No,
you
I think
stop
that you
person
can
from
either, there's, you can
suspend their social media accounts?
Okay, so there's how we live in a society is by creating laws, and those laws can either give people advantages for good behavior, or you can punish them for bad behavior. So you could either fine them, you could jail them, those type of methods, or you could incentivize people by giving them greater access, getting them money, that kind of thing. So I prefer, personally, I think that we should incentivize people financially, because that would have the biggest impact in their life, as opposed to like fining people. Like, so in Europe, for example, for vaccine mandates, they charge people like $500 or something, and as soon as you pay that fine, then that's fine. In the United States and in Canada, we tie it to mandates to going to schools. So basically, you have to be vaccinated in order to go to public schools, and people can't afford to pay for private schools or homeschooling, so that they have to get vaccinated in order to get there. I personally like the model that Australia has, which is basically they pay people in order to be vaccinated. So it's about $8,000 a year that you basically get paid through the child tax credit through for being vaccinated. And I think that we should have that. So I think that you shouldn't get your childhood tax credit if you are a parent and you have an unvaccinated kid. So you basically could pay $8,000 a year if you wanted to, but the vast majority of people aren't going to be able to have that money, and they would gladly take the $8,000 a year. So that's what it is.
Hey, if you give that kind of money in Canada, everyone's gonna get it.
Exactly. I know. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You actually incentivize people to do good behaviors that make a big difference. And it's cheap. It's actually cheaper to pay people to be vaccinated than it is to pay for the measles cases, because it's such a disordinate amount. I mean,
agree.
the vaccine economic drivers, it's about 11 to 1. So every dollar spent on vaccines generates about $11 of economic revenue through that. So it's a huge generator. It's just basically because it's so expensive to deal with measles cases and stuff like that.
Absolutely. It all depends on how the thing is framed from the get-go, right? If it was framed differently, we wouldn't be in this problem. Like,
I don't think so. I think the algorithms did it. It's not like the framing. It's about how people were lied to and how these algorithms can push conspiracies rather than science. Because, dude, I talk to people constantly about this, and they don't just believe like one conspiracy. Conspiratorial people believe every conspiracy. So it's not just like I'm anti-vaccine, but they don't believe that viruses are real. They don't think that the Earth is a globe. They don't believe in a 4 billion year old Earth. It's just all these things that are pushed to them.
There are issues, like for example, if like I don't know if the CIA or the FBI, they did. I think one of them published a report saying that the U.S. government knew where this vaccine came from.
No, it's completely false. It's like, again, no, they didn't publish it. No, they didn't. It's there's no report that says that. All like over a dozen publications said that, basically that it was a natural zoonotic spillover event that happened in China. And there are people that got a whistleblower came out within the Department of Energy on where the virus came from. And it was, they said that the intelligence community doesn't know. That's what it is.
You remember the Chinese doctor who became very famous in China too? He was like one of the earliest whistleblowers in the world. Right?
Yeah.
He got punished. There are a few people who are very early whistleblowers, and see, there is a political side. Whether it's China, whether it's American government, whether it's Russia, I don't care.
But how China dealt with that, I agree with you that China didn't deal with that guy correctly. But I thought that they actually handled the outbreak pretty well. They sampled the wet market where the outbreak happened. They cleaned up the samples after being sampled, and then they basically did a blood titer test of all the Wuhan Institute of Virology workers to make sure that they didn't have antibodies against SARS-CoV-2. So that eliminated the lab leak possibility entirely from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And they also gave all the data for everyone in the globe. It was freely available. So in my house in Riverside, I was able to download the sequence that they had and do my own like analyses on the genome that they published. So like I thought that they did a good job.
I mean, you are a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
The things that you can't assume that the average Trump supporter or Poilievre supporter knows these things. They go based off what they hear on their TV channels.
Exactly.
Right? And that's all they know. That's all they know. Right? So you are right. you could be 100% right in what you're saying, and I could agree with you, does not change the reality that there are these people out there.
Agreed.
And you have to address them instead of just like, hammer them down with more science,
I agree.
right? It's a political problem. You have to deal with it politically.
That's why I'm here.
Nonsense.
That's why that's why I'm doing this show. That's why I am like
No,
doing
and I
science
agree,
communication.
you-
Yeah.
I actually appreciate what you do, and I've seen you on a couple of lives, and like you defend your side pretty well, and
Thank you.
that's good that you do it. Yeah,
Thank you, man.
yeah, that's good. That's needed. Actually, I was very anti-vax at one point. I'm still not vaccinated because I already caught the thing and I already got over it. I don't see a point in like that has its own. I don't know. I'm good.
It helps you. It's still even
I
if
have a pretty good
it would
immune
still help you.
system in
It would
general.
just letting you know it would still help you avoid some of the problems with long COVID. So that's why it would be a benefit for
Yeah.
you. Just letting you know.
I might even get it. Like I'm not too against it at this point. Like I after I looked into it, so it's like certain people listening to them, including you, I always listen in the comment section. I'm always there. I think it's the first time I came up, but yeah, it's good. And everybody should get educated. Most people don't know the first thing, like when it comes to the science of these things.
Mhm.
They just know what the politicians are out there saying and whatever they drum up. That's what. Like sometimes just changing the framing is the biggest thing. As you said, give more incentives.
Mhm.
That's the best way. So yeah,
I agree. Yeah, it's frustrating, man. Like, I mean, when the science is so settled and the science is so one way, we're talking like a 99.9% issue. We're not talking about something that's like the basis of consciousness of where consciousness ends, where we don't really understand like, are bacteria conscious? Like we don't, that kind of stuff. Like those are kind of like the ethical, the philosophy of science questions that are still kind of murky and are fun to like talk about and stuff. Like that's a lot different than like the science being settled on vaccines being safe and effective or evolution being true. Like these are like there's like no debate anymore because it just exists. Or like a new one is like viruses being real. Like it never in my life, dude, would I ever think that there would actually be people that are anti-germ theory, but it exists. People have them. People are like that. It just blows my mind. Like I'm a microbiology PhD, bro. Like people are denying that microbiology exists. It's like, what? I literally have my PhD in the thing. I have a PhD. I have my bachelor's in evolution. So people don't even think either of them is
I
true.
hear you. I just think that science, I'll go back to where I started from. Science has its limitations too. As much as it's beneficial in measuring things and labeling things and creating like categories of knowledge, all that stuff is very beneficial for humankind, right? But it's not the only way to get to certainty, right? There are philosophical limitations to science as well, and it's not a pseudo intellectual thing to say. I mean, I'm really sorry. So, some people think that's pseudo intellectual. That's not pseudo intellectual. There are three primary ways of getting to certainty, right?
Okay. What are they?
Epistemology, axiology. What's the other one? A reason is like the fourth branch, so like that's where the measuring thing comes in, right? So you can not say that there's only one way to get to certain, for example, you could be a great scientist, right, and still believe in a faith that depends on some sort of myth, metaphysical myth, right? Not like a scientific certainty. So you could be Newton and still be Christian. That's possible. You still have, you're a doctor. Don't you have any coworkers that are actually Muslims, Christians, Jewish.
Very
Are you
rarely.
gonna say
but
they
yeah.
are pseudo intellectuals just because
But
they have a faith?
but okay. So I
Just
think
'cause
that
you
it
disagree
can. I
with
think
their
it
faith?
can be possible, but the thing is that they are capable of completely compartmentalizing their faith versus what they can prove scientifically. So, in no paper
Yeah.
would there ever be the mechanism for this happens because of God. Like that doesn't make any sense. But that is what their belief would say. But in order for it to be scientific, it's like, no, there has to be a mechanism of action in order for this to work. You can't just like say that to be real in order for it to be real. So again, like this is what the God of the gaps is basically, where the God only exists in these spaces of like where science can't explain. So as science can explain more and more things, like these gaps basically are smaller and smaller. But I mean, if people want to like, believe in that, I think that, okay, whatever, but that's not what should be like guiding our healthcare. That's not what should be guiding a lot of stuff. Because like, I'll tell you, man, a lot of people that are anti-vaccine that come in here, they think that humans used to live until they were 900 years old because of the Bible. And they think that because humans used to live until 900, then that means that therefore modern like technology has actually gotten us more sick, which means that they should not take vaccines or antibiotics and that kind of stuff because in their minds, that stuff is poisoning us, which that's not true, right? Because like humans never lived until 900 years old. It doesn't matter what you think. And it doesn't matter if that's your faith. Like that's just not factually true. That's just humans have never lived until 900. So that being the foundation for your belief, like that's just not correct, right?
So in essence, if something is not scientifically proven, does that mean that it cannot be possible? No, there could always be a black swan, right? That we just haven't seen yet. Like, for example, look at this way. If the entire universe was like a computer screen, we would not even be a pixel of it, right? How much do we even know about the entire screen? We're not even like what we have discovered so far is not even a pixel. So how could we actually say that there is no black swan out there? There's no like, four-legged human in the universe somewhere out there, right? We don't know. And that's a philosophical thing. That's not a scientific thing that I just said. And it's true. There's no way of being certain that in this entire screen that we only have one, like less than a pixel of a knowledge, like, of the entire thing, that there's no four-legged human out there.
Because humans
in the
don't.
realm of possibilities, you can never say something is an impossibility without knowing scientifically. So
Yes.
the science can actually be used against that argument.
No.
Like if you make that the standard, that if we don't know something, that thing is not true, right? For a fact. So that can be like, based on that model, if you extend that to the universe, we don't know anything then. Because we don't know anything. We only know less than a pixel.
Yeah, that's like, I feel like no, I mean, just because we don't know everything doesn't mean that we know nothing.
See?
Like we know
There you go.
a lot. Like that's I don't think that's a good way of explaining knowledge. That doesn't make any sense.
With what we know or what we hold to be true based on what we know. That's another thing. What we know is a different thing, and then what we hold, like so a theory is based on different arguments, right? And they come together, they make a theory. And now, once that framing is done, everyone's just going to run with it until some guy comes and says, why are we like, why are we interpreting the evidence like this way? Why don't we go this way, right? That happens all the time in science. Some new guy comes and he changes the entire paradigm. He says, we have been looking at the same thing the wrong way. We got to look at it this way, right? So, like, evidence can have different conclusions. Evidence is not the last piece of the puzzle. It's how we look at it.
Again, so, but how those paradigms shift is that we, like the new hypothesis that explains the previous theory has to encapsulate and understand how that previous theory was wrong, and how we better understand the future has to incorporate that piece of knowledge that we understood before. It doesn't just say we abandon all this knowledge and now this is what it is. That's not how like paradigm shifts exist. That's not how it works. So like for example, when DNA, we didn't know how heredity worked, right? We didn't understand how things were passed on from one organism to the other. For the longest time, people thought like maybe proteins did it, or there was obviously something inherited from one generation to the next. And then we found out like the structure of DNA, and we found out, nucleotides exists. And then, so that like the existence of DNA, like had to encompass like, does DNA have the ability to pass on, heredity from one organism to another, and actually allow like evolution to exist, for example, right? Because evolution, how we understood how new species came into being, was through heredity. So like if DNA was unable to explain heredity, then it's not going to be the model that we understand going forward, right? So another example, like plate tectonics. Plate tectonics is probably the biggest like phase change, complete reorganization, paradigm shift that we have encountered probably in all of like science, to be honest with you, because we just didn't understand how everything fit together. And then actually like there's people like in our lifetimes, because this was only like 1950s, 1940s that came about. It's pretty crazy, but basically overnight, like it showed like all these different aspects of like how islands formed, how continents were formed, how the volcanoes worked, all these different aspects of like what we saw and observed. Like plate tectonics now has to say, hey, how does all this work? And the new theory has to encapsulate all of it. It has to like scoop it up and be able to explain this stuff. It can't just say, yeah, it just plate tectonics. Actually, we can't understand islands and volcanoes and all that kind of stuff. But this is our new theory. It's like no. Everything has to that. This is how it is. This is how like new shifts happen, paradigm shifts happen in science. It's not like we're just going to abandon all of that knowledge that we had before and go over here. It just that's not how science works.
Yeah, I can agree with that 100%. It's like the evidence is still the same, and you have like a new way of looking at it, or like like a new way of like summing it up. Like
exactly.
And yeah, absolutely.
That's why it's so hard.
You have to still.
That's why it's so hard, because not only you have to prove your own hypothesis, but you have to show why everything else was wrong before you, and then encapsulate all that information into a new thing.
Way on top
exactly.
Of everything.
So
it's no joke. I agree.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in order to prove like evolution is not true, for example, like you basically have to show how. Okay, so then what did we get wrong here? Like DNA changed over time within this population in order to produce new species, but like what were we seeing before if it wasn't the DNA that was changing over time? Like what were we actually observing here? And it's like what could possibly be it? And it's like that's why stuff is like there's you know what I mean? That's why it's never going to happen.
But do you agree that materialism cannot answer the why? It can only give you the what and how, not the why, right? Like, for example, we know if you put like the opposite ends of a magnet together, they're gonna attract, right? But if you put the same ones together, they're gonna repel, right? The same sides together.
Mm-hmm.
We know that. Why do they do that? We don't know it. We can never know that, right? To me, that's the glue. That's like the will of God,
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
You can call it like a gap in knowledge. I don't think that's a gap. I think that's just the way things are. right? And it doesn't have to be rational the way things are. That's just like what we call rational is the way things are. And we don't call it rational because we understand why the things are the way they are. We just know how and what of it, not the why. Why is always a philosophical question. It's not even in the realm of science, it's in the realm of philosophy, I
Yeah,
would say.
I don't think
It's a
that's
different
true,
domain.
man. I think like people are like, why are people nice like to one another? Because we evolved in order to be nice to one another. Because we like populations of humans that were nice to one another were more likely to give resources to one another and breed more than the ones that were not nice to one another. Like that there's a tons of whys
But
that we
why?
can answer it through science.
Yeah, but like the thing with the why is one why leads to another why, another why.
Yeah,
If you
that's what
keep
science is.
following
Like
that
science
thing, we
is
end up to
that's what science is, though. Science never is going to have like one final experiment to the final experiment of evolution in order to like we always try to better understand something. Even in my own thesis project, like I did it, but I'd opened 10 more doors of understanding of like how this thing works now, and we need to better understand it with these
have
new
you heard of
experiments.
the Pascal's wager?
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure you've heard of it, right? So basically, I'll explain to people like who are listening, right? Logically, let's say there is a God, there's no God, right? And your bet was there's no God. You go and there's no God. All right, you won your bet. You're good. You live your life the way you want it to live. You believe whatever you wanted to believe. No God, you're all good. What happens if you go and there is a God? Right? You're screwed. Right? Now, imagine if your bet was there is a God and you go and there is no God, you're still good. Right? So the logical bet in life is not that there is no God. The logical bet would still be like, again, this is a scientific way of looking at things,
No,
and
that's
when
not.
you
No, you're
use
not thinking about it
science,
correctly. No. So
it's
the question
called
one.
Pascal's wager. It's a
No.
big thing in philosophy.
Okay, yeah, and it's
It's
wrong.
not a
So
small thing by any
it's
standard.
wrong. It's wrong. So one, any omnipotent being is going to be able to tell that you are not fully encapsulated into this theology and don't actually care, and you're only just believing it just in case. So that's a problem in and of itself. They're going to know
But
about
how
that.
do you respond to the wager?
But the wager,
this whole
it's not a
paradox?
50-50. You is a false dichotomy logical fallacy, because
Okay.
it's not a 50-50 on whether or not, because basically which God is the one that you subscribe to. So it's not a 1-to-1. It's actually, there's 3,000 different religions that have existed, through the history of man. So it's actually
Absolutely, yeah.
1 out of 3,000. So why aren't you doing the Pascal's wager against Zeus? Why aren't you doing the Pascal's
Absolutely.
wager against Buddha? Why aren't you doing the Pascal's wager against Muhammad versus Jesus
Absolutely.
versus all the?
Absolutely.
So really, you should be all of the religions equally, and you believe in all of them at the same time. So you should actually be you should believe in all 3,000 religions.
Yeah, no, that's why I differentiate between a God and the God, right? So
But
what I
that's
say is a God is a personal God. Like, if you can say that this tree is a God, or this umbrella that I'm holding, if you can show and point towards something and say or call that a God, I say that's a God, right? The God is the unknown, right? As long as it's the unknown, I can take that as the God, because the God is beyond our imagination. We would be stupid to say that we know the entire screen. We don't even know half of the pixel of the entire screen, right? So if we think we know God, arrogant. That's like, it doesn't make, it's unscientific, it's arrogant, it's not philosophical. It's just like literally shitting on in the entire history of philosophy. It's not that simple, guys. You can't say that you can be certain based on like half a pixel of knowledge. Like, come on, let's be real. Like, it's not a knowledge question. It's a philosophical question of like, you know, like what certainty is, what knowledge is to begin with. You know, like, do we have to know things to actually make conclusions? Like, no, that's not how life works. We always jump to conclusions in one way or another, even in science, right? And we always change our conclusions when new evidence comes. That's how science has been. That's what drives science, actually. That's not like a thing I'm just saying. That's how it is, right? I'm describing what is. So, like, I don't know why people get shocked when I say these things, when this is like a mainstream way of looking at things. This is nothing like, this is not an extreme thing I'm saying. This is like the most sober, academic way, you know, I can explain what the problem is. The problem is the miscategorization of the debates, right? You can't bring science into a philosophical debate because science is not a philosophical thing. It's a reasoning tool. It doesn't answer your, you know, ethical questions. It doesn't answer your existential questions. It doesn't tell you, you know, how to deal with your wife. It doesn't tell you what love is. Explain to me what love is scientifically.
The neurochemical reaction to one another that creates like a bond that, I mean,
So,
don't you think, yeah, so
give me a portion I can
don't you
give it to
think,
my
don't you think
if
that
you
like if people loved one another, they would be more likely to have kids?
absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so then that's something that can be evolved for, because people that have had love and experienced love are more likely to have more kids, so that therefore it evolved.
Yeah, but like you can't just reduce it to chemical reactions.
Yes, you
in
can.
brain.
That's
Like
all our
it's
brain is. All our brain is neurochemical reactions in our brain. That's literally how we experience the world.
okay. That's the what and how of it, not the why.
Yes, it is. That's why we experience it with neurochemicals in our brains.
Yes, that's what
That is the why. That is the why.
manifests it in the reality, right? But why does it exist? Why
Because
do
it
you love
evolved.
only your wife and not the neighbor's wife?
Because it evolved.
You know, like no, but the why. I'm asking you a very direct why. Why do you only love your wife and not the neighbor's wife? Why is
Because
that
I had
even
kids
wrong
with
to
her.
love your neighbor's wife? It
Because I
doesn't
had
tell you anything about.
because I
But
had
that's
kids
not
with
a
her.
scientific question.
Yes, it is.
That's-
Yes,
like, you could secretly
people
love
that
the
are
neighbor's wife.
people that are going to have monogamy, like people that have more like a monogamous bond to their wife, it would protect them and protect their kin more often, and so their kin would survive more to reproduce more, and therefore it's going to evolve.
No, but as you said, so my question is why? How could science tell you why it's wrong to love your neighbor's wife
I just did.
the way you would love your? But
I just did.
I don't think that answered because it's a moral question. It's not a scientific question.
No, because
Like
people like
you could
mammals.
always make a weird scientific argument to say it is a good thing to do. Like, you know, people don't even condemn like incest sometimes. Like people who are serious, like philosophically talking about science as a thing that like in its proper category, in its proper place, it's really hard to condemn incest
What are you
from
talking
a
about? It's like people.
perspective.
Wait, yeah, that's wrong. Of course it
You
is.
can't give
Of
me a
course it is.
scientific argument
Because you're more
against,
likely to have like you're more likely to develop. You basically. Incest creates a scenario where you just basically accumulate deleterious mutations within the population. So this is why, like, for example, why the kings and queens and stuff of, hundreds of years ago had more inclined to
Sure.
have neurological disease.
now,
So basically
use the
those
same
types
energy?
those feelings are bred out of the population because we want like
Perfect.
people
I
are
love
more
it.
likely
I
to
love it.
have
I love
kids.
it. Okay.
Okay.
Now, can we use the same argument, same energy to condemn all this like sleeping around and like hypergamy and all this stuff uh, that increases STDs and all this
Yeah.
stuff in the society, so it should be banned?
Well, because it creates a scenario.
So see,
Because it creates
see,
well, it's very easy because it creates a scenario where you can't actually be
so Muslims are right then.
no,
So
dude,
Muslims are right then.
listen.
We shouldn't have sex outside us. Like we shouldn't have this.
No, Muslims are wrong
sneaking
because you
around all this
shouldn't.
stuff, right?
Muslims are wrong because you shouldn't be like Muhammad and marry 7-year-olds.
Now you're going against your own argument.
Wait.
Because
Is
you
that
just said,
do you reject that one, or is that one okay?
no, you said.
Is that one
I
okay?
said,
So Muhammad's
so
not.
I'll recap what
So Muhammad
happened.
didn't marry a 7-year-old.
No, he didn't.
Oh,
Based
okay.
on the evidence.
Okay. Nice.
No,
There you go.
well, do you
I
want
guess
the
that's a
evidence
moral
on that?
one that you didn't really that
No,
we were
but
discounting
I
that
am a
one.
Muslim. You're asking me a question, and I can answer that if you want me to.
I mean, sure. Oh, sorry. She was 9. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
No, she wasn't 9 either. She was from the. Okay, so see, this is like, again, you have already made up your mind. Again, just like you don't like when people talk about science without knowing. I don't like when people talk about Islam without knowing the first thing about Islam. Is that all you know about the Aisha marriage? Do you know who Aisha was?
No. I mean, why would I need to know more?
She was
what could
the
possibly? What do I
daughter.
need? What's
She was
the
the daughter.
context for marrying a 9-year-old that's okay?
So presentism. Do you know what presentism is?
No. What is presentism?
So scientifically speaking, presentism is a logical fallacy. It's called a logical fallacy in history because it's pseudoscience. Why is it pseudoscience? Because you are judging an ancient people by your present norms. You are disregarding their context, their entire human circumstances, and you are reducing it to your choices. The choices they had, you are disregarding that. That's why that's a logical fallacy. Look it up. It's called presentism, right? So yes, he did marry somebody who was 16 to 18, most likely, which was a late age. And she was the daughter of the second king of Islam. Not a person you could just go and violate and force consent, all of this stuff is coming from ignorance. You are an educated person. You should listen to an Islamic scholar.
Why?
Instead of all these.
I don't need to. I don't need
missionaries.
to. There's no reason there. There's no it's not
But is
adding.
it-
I
is
don't.
it
I'm
not
not. I'm not listening to Muslim scholars in the same way that I'm not listening to
But-
scholars from Zeus, or I'm not or any of the Druidic religions that you help like genocide and trying to kill when you guys did the Crusades, and so it's like I what am I supposed to do, man? It's worthless.
But that's what I'm saying. But once you I'm assuming. Are you an atheist?
Yes.
I'm assuming you're okay. Do you believe that science should be the ultimate authority on what is true and what is false?
I mean, not necessarily, but it's the best one that I can think of.
Right. I would highly disagree with that because scientifically, something could be good for humans, but ethically, it could be completely wrong. Right. For example, from the survival side of things, it makes perfect sense to get rid of the people who have defects, right? And not let them reproduce. But if we went with that scientific reality and we enforce it on people like a freaking mechanical thing,
No, that's not true at all. No, scientifically, we absolutely would want to try to help people and try to create a scenario where people with other different diseases were allowed to seek medical care in order to help them, in order to live better and fuller lives. That's why science created vaccines. That's why science created antibiotics in order to help people, in order to broaden and make sure that people that weren't born with genetic diseases can still live full, healthy lives. Literally, history in the last 150 years proves all that wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it makes perfect sense if something is defective, and it's better not if we don't let that copy
Because they're not
reproduce
defective.
itself.
Humans aren't defective just because they have
No, but
a mutation that has a disease.
that's again, that's a moral thing. That's not
No.
if we can establish a scientific perfect copy of human, right? And if something is not that perfect copy, we can call it a defective copy.
No, because we understand the science enough to know that like the mutations that are random that create those diseases doesn't define the human, and therefore we should support the human.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, but that's a moral thing, doctor. You're disregarding the fact that the DNA would still have the whatever mutation or defect, right?
Not necessarily.
would still be
Through
there.
science, we can fix those errors. That's the whole point. Like we can fix the errors
That's
now.
a moral thing,
And
though.
yes, because in order to improve their quality of life, yes, we could fix them through gene therapies.
See,
Yes.
you had to bring in moral to make it human. That's what I'm saying. Humans are not only reasoning thing. Like, we don't just reason. We are emotional beings as well. We have morality as well. Like reason and morality have to balance each other. We can't just be blindly rational. Like that's not like the complete picture. You have to take in the moral side of things too. You can't. The majority of the rational things we actually have for philosophy and all these things, right? Ethics, they actually come from all this pluralism that happened throughout history, right? The people mixing together all these civilizations, different ideas collapsing and creating something new, right? That's where rationality came from in the first place, right? The Greeks started the whole scientific inquiry in the Western world. The Chinese, Indians in the East, the Ethiopians, the Nigerians, Egyptians, OG in Africa, right? And they had completely different beliefs. Every different civilization, they had their own scientific segment. They all had their own scientists, and they were damn sure whatever they believed scientifically was the ultimate truth. Newton believed everything he believed. Einstein believed everything he believed.
The scientific revolution, the
know?
scientific revolution only happened because people stopped trusting theocracy and these failed religions in order to better understand the world. And the scientific revolution that happened in the 1600s, and this is why the theocrats went after and actually tried to like murder scientists, because they gave an alternate explanation of how the world worked, and it actually confronted the stranglehold that theology had on the human species, and gave us an alternate route in order to better understand the world.
I strongly disagree with that. So the conventional timeline in the conventional history that we read in the West, in Europe, is that there was the classicals, the Greeks, then the Romans, and then there's a dark age, and then there's Renaissance, and then Enlightenment, and then the scientific boom happens, right? I disagree with that timeline. The dark ages is where the actual Renaissance happened. It just happens to be, it wasn't Europe, it wasn't America, right? That's why it doesn't exist, right? But the algorithm that this app is running on came from a scholar who came from Al-Khwarizm, and came to Baghdad to study mathematics with the Indians who were there from India, right? Algebra that we use to solve our equations came from Baghdad.
Yes, no, it did.
The microbiology that you study, it came from Al-Kindi.
Yes, and that was exactly. That was
the method that we use. Al-Hazen started the method way before.
Yeah, and it died.
There was a guy named Bacon,
and it died because it died. And basically, it was scientific scholars in the 15 and 1600s that discovered that stuff that actually created the scientific revolution. So there was a Middle Ages where theocracy took over, and the feudalism and kings and queens.
But it was thriving under a theocracy is my point. All this science was thriving under a theocracy. So theocracy doesn't necessarily have to go against science. It's a Christian thing to do. Christian theocracies were against science. Hindu theocracies, Chinese theocracies or Muslim theocracies were never against science. They did some amazing science before the Europeans even knew how to do proper mathematics. Like, I'm being very respectful, right? But like, this is a very Eurocentric way of looking at entire mankind's history. History is bigger than the white man.
Agreed. I agree
History
with you.
is bigger than the white man.
I agree.
Trust me, they a lot of things that you guys take for granted, and you say, "Oh, this is the entire," you guys are the crux of human civilization. Every civilization builds upon previous civilization. Even the Muslims took from the West. A lot of people don't know the entire Muslim philosophy. It's called Kalam philosophy, right? It's built upon the Greek blueprint. The Greek philosophy is built upon the Egyptian blueprint. The Egyptian philosophy is built upon the Indian blueprint. Like, you can literally, if you read, like, people just dismiss it as mythology and faith, and it's just stupid. Only stupid people. Well, explain to me then how these all these giant scholars, like, they believed in Christianity, and at the same time of Renaissance, right? They believed in Christianity, at the same time they laid the foundation of your science that you're so proud of, that you call your science, was actually given to you by the Christian scientists. And the Muslim scientists too, and the Hindu scientists,
but
and
you
the
realize
Persians, and the Chinese.
that's like why so much science was done under the guise of like religion, but it was because those were the largest institutions of the time. So there weren't any other large institutions that were allowed. That's the whole point.
Couldn't the same thing be said about a liberal democracy that is held, like, bent on, like, the secularism is the only way and the only way allowed to, like, you could use the same argument.
We don't ban we don't ban like Muslim or Catholic or Christian scholars or Indian. Like, you can do any of that stuff. Like, it would totally be possible in order to create these ways of thinking and publish this works, but that's not what happens. Like, these things don't happen. Like, there just aren't more knowledge that are gained through studying things through religion. That's why.
I mean, I think it does happen in the fact that we don't even entertain the fact anymore.
Where does it happen? Where is a religious text that has given us more information than the scientific method?
It's by omission. It's not like it's like when this thing it's been removed from the table. It's not even an option for people to go. Like, for example, I can't go to normal school, right, and actually preach to my fellow students, and stand up and say, oh, this is Islam and this is Islamic. If I did that, I would be looked at as a crazy person.
What are you talking about? There's entire countries that happens to. What do you mean?
I could stand. I mean, yes, you're right. You're right. If like,
there's Shia and Sunni countries that their entire you guys have like Shia and Sunni countries that run the entire thing.
We have it pretty good in the West. But European countries, like like certain parts of Eastern Europe.
You don't think that Saudi Arabia is run by Sunni Muslims?
I don't think so. I don't think they're even practicing Muslims at this point.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Wait a second. You don't think that Saudi Arabia is ran by Sunni Muslims?
They're puppets, is what I'm saying. They're puppets. They're not. They are only puppets. They don't run.
Okay, so it's like it's like an Israel conspiracy thing. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not even that. It's just like it's a reality. Like, look at it. Without the Americans, they are nothing. Their entire existence depends on
Dude, there's a lot. Like, the biggest like I think the biggest Muslim majority country in the world is isn't it the Philippines or something? Like, it's like the largest. Indonesia, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, so it's like, I mean, are they controlled by? What are they controlled by?
Well, liberalism is there. Like, so liberalism, wouldn't you say that's like the biggest ideology out there? Like, you could be Muslim, you could be Christian, you could be anybody, you still believe in, like, What do
I
you mean?
wouldn't say that
Voting
China,
rights,
India,
women rights,
that
like these things.
no.
All of these things came from liberalism. Women
Okay.
rights, democracy, even people say nationalism is a reaction to liberalism, right? Some people say socialism is a reaction to liberalism too. So liberalism
Okay.
is the freaking ideology out there right now, right? It's bigger than any
I mean,
religion.
I would say capitalism personally, but
True, true. I would say liberalism itself came out of capitalism, right? It's like the biggest, like strongest child of capitalism. And then liberalism had the most children, right? In a way. Like it's
I mean,
like the family
I
tree.
mean, do you think that China is liberal?
They have become very liberal recently. They are
Okay.
not purely communist or like socialist in the way their markets have literally become very liberal and capitalistic,
Yeah.
you know.
I don't
And
think
their new
that they're
generation,
like,
they
yeah.
ask for these liberal things too now.
I mean, do you think
Rights
that
and
like Russia is liberal?
Russia, no, I wouldn't. I
Okay.
would say they're less liberal actually than the
Okay.
Chinese. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that Saudi Arabia is liberal?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No,
Okay. So I mean,
no.
again, I just I don't understand. Like I don't know. It
No,
seems
as
like
a
if you want to run your country according to Sharia law, like that you create a country that's these Muslim majority countries like Saudi Arabia, Indonesia. Like it seems like that you're capable. It's literally a dictatorship. I mean, it's I don't understand what's stopping you.
No, but regardless, if I go back to the point is that like you could have science under a theocracy or any kind of government. Like it's not only science doesn't need atheism to exist. Is what my original point is. Like it's just historically not true. Right?
Okay, again, if it's completely separated, then I think so. But the reason why theocracy came for the scientific revolutionaries and murdered these scientists that were thinking about the world being
Christians,
the center of the
did that.
world, then
Indians
it's like
never did that. Muslims never did
what,
that.
dude?
Chinese mostly not
Apostasy,
the scientists.
apostates are literally like apostates in
But
Saudi Arabia. You don't think that they're going to come
Saudi
for you?
Arabia is probably the worst example of the entire Muslim history.
So
They're
you
like
think
the worst of the worst of the worst.
so you agree with that should be okay?
No, I say that's. I mean, I'm saying what Saudis are doing is not even like what the Muslims did historically.
So I'm just
Like,
saying,
they are
okay, so
completely-
apostasy, just to be clear, apostasy, renouncing your religion and saying that you're an atheist within Saudi Arabia, I'm pretty sure is like punishable by the death penalty.
No, in Saudi, yes, it is.
Yes. So like,
Probably
is that a
I'm not
good
even
thing or a
sure at
bad
this
thing?
point. It's a bad thing, obviously,
Okay.
because it's un-Islamic. Like, so from my perspective, that is an un-Islamic thing that they're doing because Muslims never did it. So what we call apostasy, right? Back in the day, it was more about treason than apostasy, right?
Uh-huh.
So for example, today we believe in nationalism, a concept that didn't exist back then. Back then, tribalism existed, feudalism existed, right?
Mhm.
So if you went against the whatever what is it called, the loyalty that you give to the king or like the
Mhm.
feudal lord, right? If you take that away, fine, you're good, right? But if you start working against the guy, now you are an apostate, now you're an enemy. So in present day we call that treason. Every country has treason laws, right?
But what
it's
if-
more so to do with apostasy back, like, but we just simply dismiss that apostasy today has more to do with treason historically. Again, it's like a historical problem. Like it exists even today. We don't accept somebody who is gonna, let's say you are a Canadian and you renounce your Canadian citizenship. Fine, nobody gives a fuck. But if you go to America and you start spilling all the state secrets, and you start working against Canada, now Canada has a good case to come after you.
I think it's
It's
because
treason.
I think, but the problem is, and hey, there's a lot of people in Muslim countries that come in, that graduate with, scientific degrees, medical degrees. Like it happens. Like I get it, but the reason why they're able to do that is because they like segment this stuff, and the problem is that in these states, like imagine if they found like a scientific mechanism that said where it was attributed to a god that did something in a certain way, and then now you find a scientific finding that showed that we have a natural way of explaining that mechanism. Now we don't need God. Now the problem is like they're going to call you an apostate and they're going to come for you. I think that's the problem, right?
If your point is that there was force, I absolutely agree with you. There was fear and there was force, and religion was the preferred way to go. If you were a Christian and you, came up with a theory that was gonna denounce Christianity or the Christian morals, or you would be condemned. You might even get freaking, like
It's a bad
unalived,
thing.
Right? It's a bad thing.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, it happened. Like, a bunch of scientists got unalive. But what my entire point was that you have to be able to differentiate between Christian history and Muslim history, and Indian religion history, and the Chinese religion history, and the Persian religion history, because not all religions are same. Just like not all political systems are same, you are still living under a hierarchy of systems, right? Just because we have made it more, like for example, democracy that we are so proud of, only 50, 60 years ago didn't even consider colored people as equals. Didn't even, if you go 100 years back, it was still a democracy. It was still a liberal democracy, right? So liberalism and democracy is still in the process of evolution, and it hasn't been like, when did women get their rights? 1930s, 20s, right? It's like less than 100 years ago. They didn't even they were not even considered humans. They were considered property, right? Even when that was the case, it was still democracy. It was still liberalism, right?
But why
It
didn't that
wasn't like,
happen? Why didn't that happen during the theocracy time? Then the Dark Ages, like you called it.
it did happen to a certain degree, but not to this degree, right? So that's why I say liberalism is like, I'm sure you're familiar with Fukuyama's, end of history argument that, after 1989, when the Soviets fell, liberalism as an ideology just won history. It was end of history, because it didn't matter if you were a fascist, you were a communist, you could be you could be Muslim, Christian, it didn't matter. It had defeated, because his point is that ideas are not just like these fluffy things in air, that nobody can touch, clouds, right? It's like, these are tangible things, right? He actually traces the victory of liberalism over all ideologies back to Napoleon in, I think, 1806, right? When he won against Prussia. He traces it to that date, and he says actually that's where the victory of liberalism over all ideologies began, and it was finalized with the collapse of the Soviet, because that was the last challenge to liberalism as an ideology. And it is true, like in the 20th century, the main challenger to liberalism, because the Republicans are post-liberals, conservatives are post-liberals, they're liberal too, in
academic
their
sense,
ideology
yeah.
is very liberal, right?
Yeah.
So so communism and fascism were the main challenges in 20th century, and with the collapse of Russian Empire, it's just like there was no challenger left, and it's like very rapidly the world became very Americanized and British after that too. You could see like American brands just took over the world like after that, and American celebrities became world celebrities, right? So it is happening. Like and there's a lot of criticism to this view too. It's not like the final word on history, but like I agree with it. I think you could be Muslim, you could be Christian, and you are more likely to be liberal than anything else in your ideology. You're not the 13th century Christian or Muslim anymore. Everybody is a 21st century Christian, and that's liberal Christian in any, like, you know.
Yeah, I think that people, I mean, after World War II, you definitely have like the establishment of kind of like a, you know, people saying that like imperialism is not going to be the way of the world, where it's like you have for the longest time like England and all these other imperialist nations kind of like taking things over, and people kind of like over this whole blood and soil argument of like conquest, and we're going to try to do diplomacy, and which is good, right? Europe is, war free for the first time, in a really long time. And then, minus like Trump kind of going into all these other like nations, which is crazy. But yeah, I think that's kind of like the world kind of coming together and being like, that was wild. Like, let's not do that again, and giving people,
yeah.
I think that's a good thing though. And it's just crazy to me that, like, I don't know. It's just weird to me that it took, the destruction of the state of, the state and religion married together in order to have like women getting rights in society. Like how does that not happen? How does like religion and every other religious country not have equal rights for 50% of the people that are living in it?
But dog, I have to give you pushback on that again. Like, again, Indian religions were worshiping women in BC era, right? They had queens, way before, the women rights or feminism started in Europe, right? So you can't look at it from a Eurocentric view, right? There's other people too. Their histories matter as well, right? Indians have never had half of the problems that Abrahamic religions have, because their faiths, like, not all religions are equal, right? It's not right to project Christian or European history onto all other people, and that happens a lot. I without knowing, I think people do it.
What you think that women's rights is a European thing? I'm
No,
not following.
like,
I'm sorry.
So you said, why did it take all this for
Yeah.
it to happen, right? As if it's the first time women have ever gotten their rights. If you look at Indian history, Chinese history, they have, like, especially Indian history, it's called Devis. They're goddesses. They literally worship, even till this day. One of their biggest god is Mata, Kali Mata, right? Which is a goddess, right? They literally worship women, right? So that's part of their culture. It's not a European thing, and because it's not a European thing, it's not a world history thing, because world is only Europe, right? So it's Eurocentric world. Indian history doesn't matter. Who cares what happened in their history? It's a unintentional, like, subliminal thing that people don't do it. People do it, they don't even notice. And I am not trying to offend people by saying this. I'm just saying, be more aware of this, that there are parallel histories. History is a very tricky thing, and you have to follow each thread. And we all intersected in the postmodern world. We are living in a postmodern world, and the biggest challenge we face today is how do we live with this pluralistic, melting pot we have created. We have created our own problem that we're facing right now, pretty much. And that is the march of civilization. It was going to happen because we, like, throughout all our history, this is what we wanted. We wanted unity. We wanted globalization, right?
Yeah.
Now we are getting to it, but it's created some ethical issues. And we have to talk about these things. This is the only way to solve this problem.
I don't know, man. I live in Southern California. It's pretty multicultural, ethnic. Like,
Yeah.
We're doing pretty good.
100%. But it's California is probably a better example. But certain states right now, they're not too happy with their diversity. They want to get rid of it. They just want to see white everywhere.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it
it's
is
a
happening.
it's a
There's a
xenophobic
strong
thing.
current right now.
Xenophobia is unfortunately an evolved trait because people want to look after, people that look like themselves and look, and it's an unfortunate thing.
It's comforting.
It sucks. Yeah, it's bad. I think that's a bad thing.
It's tribalism under a new packaging.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
It's very comfortable to say that, if I'm surrounded by my own people, all my problems would go away. Yeah, right. Look at your European history.
Yeah.
If that was the case, was Europe better when it wasn't interacting with the rest of the world? Like, that's a genuine question. People who study history, look at the European history, and tell me when Europe became the power it became, right? Whenever it became the power it became, right? Like Roman Empire, Greek Empire, right? It happened because it interacted with the rest of the world, right?
Yeah.
Like, even when you look at like two guys, I would say like that are like the catalyst for Western history, like the way they set the trajectory that Western civilization followed: Alexander and Napoleon.
Yeah.
Both of these guys, when Alexander conquered Persia, he became so immersed in Persian culture, his own army had to rebel against him. There was a mutiny, and the main reason was soldiers accused him of becoming too Persianized. And we're talking about Alexander the Great. These threads run deep. I'm telling you guys, civilization is never us versus them. Actually, the ancient people were way more open-minded. They were way more willing to mix with the other than the modern, open-minded people. Like the mostly the right. They think they're liberal. They're not liberal anymore. They want to turn the clock backwards.
Yeah, I agree there for sure.
Yeah. So and Alexander, so Napoleon, same thing. When he conquered Egypt, he became so Egyptianized. His army hated that. Some people say he actually converted to Islam at the end of the life. That's something that's like very in the conspiracy realm. But there are some solid arguments to say that he actually converted to Islam. Like, that's how much he got mixed with he had no qualms with mixing with the Arabs, the so-called Frenchies, like they hate all these Algerians and Egyptians and all that, right? They are the sons and daughters of Napoleon, what Napoleon started, right? And Napoleon had no problem mixing with these people, but they have a problem with mixing with them because they're non-French, the non-Frenchies, We need French fries. No ketchup.
Gotcha. All right, Riz. Well, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the conversation. I appreciate it. That was cool.
Good conversation. I'm sorry, man. I know I say crazy stuff, but like it's all with love.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good, man.
Good
Thank
talk,
you,
brother.
I appreciate you. Have a good one. Have a good one, brother.
Take care. Bye.
All right, guys. Dude, I think that was a cool night. I think we had a cool night. Thank you, Kitty, for coming up before. Thank you, Riz, for that conversation. Yeah, I thought it was an excellent night too, Michelle. Thank you. It's always, yeah, praising Europe for not fighting one another and cutting each other's head off, and England finally chilling out and not making 1,000 colonies in the world and trying to dominate everyone. Yeah, it's really. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling. At this point, I'll take what I can get. I know. What's so funny, Ness, is that I was obviously like my whole like hatred for Europe thing is like tongue in cheek. It's honestly, it's not against Europe. It's about people's perception of Europe. Do you know what I mean? And so it's like this weird confluence of, these nationalists that are in the United States that see Europe as like this motherland, kind of weird infatuation with it, and then like this weird, which is it's just weird to me, and then this weird thing of like people on the left kind of like looking at them like countries with like 50,000 people in them being like, wow, we should try what they're trying, and I'm like, very weird. They're monarchs, a lot of them. It's weird. I just hate. I think that like Americans should try to solve American problems, right? And we should like focus on the problems that we have and the solutions that exist in European countries. Obviously, we should take heed of what they're doing and take what we can, right? Obviously, but it's not a one-to-one comparison, So I joke. Okay, you're right, Ness. Okay. I can't wait to go. I would love to go to Europe. My wife wants to go to Great Britain. That's like her goal. Going to Ireland, Scotland. She really wants to go there. I don't know why, but that's it. Oh, she's coming back. She's coming back, guys. Don't make fun of Ness. All she knows about the United States is Florida. Okay, so she has, you know what I mean. Let's give her grace. Okay, so she's a Florida baby. You know, so it's not razz her too hard. I know exactly how fun. Yeah, by the time we're about 90 years old, maybe we can get one nice thing. We'll see. That'd be nice. Efon, Efon's a huge optimist. Yeah. So, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for all the gifts and stuff. Everyone was so nice. Thank you, Ness, again thank you for the galaxy. Has Helen, Sheepadoodle, nice to see you, brother. Michelle, Don, DN, Heather, you guys are awesome. Foster, Miss Cake, Juliana, thank you guys so much. For the debate nights, like the gifts and stuff, it just helps me to like push the pins and stuff. That's why I'm constantly like pinning new gifts and stuff. So it helps. Oh, thank you, Efon. Thank you so much. So it really helps to like get that going. So thank you guys. It really the gifts really do appreciate you so much. Oh, okay. Oh, in Alabama. Oh, exciting. Florida, Connecticut. You tried to get there. Oh, thank you, Don. Yeah. Oh, Ducks. Why? Hey, how's it going? Wow. New face. So like I'm trying not to do the battle thing, I'm trying not to do that battle thing. Trying to like go, I was going to go to co-hosts if we didn't have anyone in the queue, but then we had, a bunch of people that wanted to debate and conversate, that's really my goal, guys. Like I really want to create this space where people can come up and we can debate and have good conversations and deep thinking conversations, challenging conversations. I don't think I appreciate you guys when you try to come on and I like friends of the show. Like I love when you guys come up, but also I just kind of want to make sure that, especially at the beginning of the live, if we can like have more adversarial people coming up, then it kind of helps the entire live kind of go forward, So that's like kind of like my goal in general, especially at the very beginning. Thanks, Deanne. Yeah, it was a good conversation. I thought it was good. Hail Britannia. Ness, you'll never be a Brit. You'll always be American. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Okay, yeah, for sure, Ness. There you go. I was in Florida for the New Year. Totally agree. Oh, but before New York. Oh, okay. Nice, Efon. Good, Don. Nice. Yo, look at you. Look at you. I'm assimilated. I'm assimilated now. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah. I want to do as much as we can, keeping the conversation fresh, and the new guests and stuff. I think it's good. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it is good. It is good. How do you do you do English breakfast with a little bit of milk? Is that what's your tea? What do you do? Oh, because you can't. You're vegetarian. You can't drink milk. I guess it's soy milk. Doing soy milk with your tea. How is that? Almond milk? Oh, you don't drink milk with your tea. Okay, so you're gonna get kicked out. Oh, okay, soy milk. Okay, yeah, all right. Are you doing beans on toast? Are you doing? Is that Don? You have to do. Yes, you have to do beans on toast. Obviously, with the little egg on the side. That's. I mean, of course. I think they would kick her out. You're Italian. Espresso. Oh wow. Saucy. Dude, I love coffee way more than tea. I was like, that's definitely my favorite too. It's definitely my favorite. Yeah, poached eggs on toast, me too. Definitely. But thank you guys. I love it when we can have like good sustained conversations with guests coming in. And that's like my goal, with the TikTok stuff. It's so cool to be able to like have our community on TikTok and then have like great conversation that brings in, these other websites and these other communities and just like building it up. That's, really my goal right now. So I really appreciate you. Ness is strong and defined like her coffee. Cappuccino. Nice. Okay. Nice. Yeah, we do pretty much like a French press. That's how we normally do it for our house. We'll have like a bunch of just a big French press that we grind, and it's good. It gets us like 2 cups of coffee, that we have, and I love it. That's really nice. Ness, I'll have to get you. Oh my gosh, and I'll give you some of my favorite. It's called Bird Rock Coffee Roasters, guys. If you're in San Diego, Bird Rock Coffee Roasters, it's like the best. Or in California, actually, I think that they're trying to move up. It's the best coffee you've ever tasted in your life. It's so good. So I definitely recommend that. So they'll definitely have to figure that out. But yeah, thanks, guys. Thank you for hanging out. It's a great night. Good. Do you like flavored beans ever? I like light roasted beans. So that was a big change that I did because of Bird Rock Coffee Roasters. Basically, I was always like a darker roast guy because I wanted more of a coffee flavor. But then Bird Rock Coffee Roasters showed me that basically darker roasted beans are just more burnt. Light roasted actually has like more floral, chocolatey kind of like subtle flavors, which is just divine. I really love those. So cashew milk is good. Okay. Interesting. I did not know. I've never tried cashew milk. Oh, wow. Wow, Ness. The best coffee is in Italy. We'll have to see. Ness. We'll have to see. We're going to have to get you some Bird Rock Coffee Roasters, and then you'll have to see, okay? The light roasted does have more caffeine. Yeah, Heather. So that's another thing. People erroneously think that like darker roasts has more flavor, so that means that there's more coffee in there. But actually, the roasting process breaks down the caffeine molecule that's in the plant. So the lighter roasts have way more caffeine, actually. Yeah. Everything's better when it's Italian. Okay, Michelle. Michelle's coming in hot. She's like, excuse me. Okay. Then we get to, okay. Yeah. Sure. I'm sure, Ness. That sounds great. Yeah. Mamma mia. It's so funny. Oh. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Kona. All right. Okay, Matt. I wouldn't throw that around. I wouldn't say that many times. I'm just kidding. Yuba. Okay. All right, Heather. That's Yuban dark roast. I would not. Yeah, that's a you. That's a Heather. You say that on the inside. You don't say that on the outside. You know what I mean? That's an inside thought. I like high caffeine teas. Wow, Duck's Way. Well, interesting. Duck's Way. Ooh, matcha. Nice. I like the caffeine teas because poli-sci and degree. Okay. Oh, really, Heather? Really? You're a fellow partner. That's where I met Mrs. Dr. G. There you go. But I mean, all of the coffee that at Starbucks is all over roasted and trash. So yeah, even I used to like abandon my pound a week that I used to get at Starbucks and just buy a pound a week at Bird Rock Coffee Roasters. It's so bad. Yeah, Starbucks is rough. I mean, Starbucks is just basically making milkshakes for adults. That's mostly what people do. They just get like huge milkshakes with a splash of coffee flavor. Yeah. That was my thing. I used to work the 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. shift at my Starbucks. I would work the bar and then cycle from Pacific Beach to UC San Diego, which was like a 45-minute bike ride. So, and then I would have class from like 11 to like 5 p.m. and then cycle home 5 p.m. to 10, party or go to wherever I wanted, and then go to bed like at midnight, up at 5:30. Do it again. Yeah. You like their lattes? Okay. Oh yeah, Costco is the best place. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Costco's. If you're working in San Diego, you can actually get Bird Rock Coffee Roasters at San Diego Costco's, which is really cool. I have 2 cups in the morning. It affects me sleep, but I could. Oh wow. Okay, Michelle. Interesting. And Tim Hortons for coffee. Oh, yeah, I've heard that. Oh, interesting. Caribou. I've never heard of Caribou. Check them out. Bird Rock Coffee Roasters. Yeah. I got to go. Have a good night, sir. Glad to have you. Oh, thank you, Ducks Y. Yeah, thanks, Ducks Y. We do every night, 9:00 Pacific Standard Time. The best late night show in the world. Wait, no.
The world famous Dr. Greg Show.
I didn't mean to do that. Wrong one. I'm sorry. Oh, that's funny. Whoops, wrong button. Is drinking coffee good for your health? Those are those are the weird questions in science where it's like the people that are drinking wine, that drink coffee, like have like a more chill, relaxed, like view of the world and health and stuff like that. So then they live longer and they're more happy. So it's like it kind of conflates together. So it's hard. It's hard to get like to know where it is. Yeah. Usually, like if you just really enjoy something, if you just really like think that it's it's a good thing to add in. Yeah. Ducks Y, thank you. Bring me in for the naughty talk. Oh, okay. Meiosis, more cell divisions. Okay. Okay, Ducks Y. I'll let you know when we have naughty talk time. I drink wine and coffee. All right. Same time. And it keeps me from violence. There you go. Yeah, Michelle. If you're getting headaches, that's a good time to know that you have an addiction, for sure. If you get headaches, I actually try to avoid coffee as much as I can, unless I really need it. Or wine gives me headaches, dude. I cannot drink wine at all anymore. Like I'll have headaches while I'm drinking. It's like, this is not good for me. Yeah. I like if I'll have something, an adult beverage, I'll have like a beer. It's like the best way for me to get it. Yeah. Or honestly, the seltzers, the 5% seltzers are like incredible, man. I love that stuff. Oh, here comes Ness. It's the Guinness. Nothing tastes like anything like Guinness on tap from the brewery, guys. The wine it's the statins. It's the statins in the wine. Does your overlay blank? And yes, yeah, apparently so. All right. Italian wines. Yeah, exactly, F1. Yeah, caffeine blocks adenosine. Excuse me. So caffeine just makes you feel less tired by blocking receptors in your brain that are associated with tiredness. That's like basically what happens. It doesn't give you energy. It just makes you less tired. Yep. Guinness on tap in Ireland. Yeah. I worked in an Italian one. Oh, best time of your life. Nice, Ness. Very nice. That's cool. Italian wines are worth the money. I've never tried. I mean, maybe. I guess I've had champagne, which is technically from an Italian region or in their country, or is that France? France. Not explicitly, Ness. I don't think so. I don't know if I've explicitly had like an Italian wine. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure I have, but I don't explicitly know. Okay. Interesting, Michelle. Okay, cool. Okay. People forget that even vitamins are hormones, everything that can matter. Okay. Yeah, Duck's eye. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I love you. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. And I hope, free Palestine for sure. And thanks for being here, man. Thank you for everything, guys. Appreciate you. Great. That was a great show. One of the better ones. What's up, Objective Ethics? How are you? What's up? Good to see you. All right. Love you guys. Thank you for checking out the YouTube stream. Thank you for checking out the highlights. Thank you. I like your channel. You're a very smart dude. Okay, Shino. I don't know whose channel you're looking at. Maybe you stumbled onto the wrong long live. Just kidding. Thanks, dude. Thank you, Shino. Thank you, dude. I do a science show every night. We talk about a variety of topics, science to politics, everything in between. And I think the idea is, I try to like debunk misinformation, pseudoscience, nonsense. We're also politically engaged. So if you actually want to impact politics in the United States and you want to make combat this pseudoscience nonsense, we actually are creating an organization called Science and Freedom for Everyone. So you can go to our website, scienceandfreedom.com, and you can put in your reps and it'll tell you who to contact, and it'll see if there's any anti-science legislation in your district, and it'll give you email templates, call templates, and it'll, if you go there on your phone, it'll actually automate the whole process. So go to scienceandfreedom.com, fight back against this anti-science nonsense. Let's stop these MAHA bills from being passed at the state level, guys. There's 250 anti-science bills in the United States that are trying to be passed right now. It was 423. We're down, guys, partly because of us, because we are the only organization that is fighting this nonsense in the United States. I'm telling you, there's no other organization that's in every single state trying to fight these anti-science bills except for us. So please, scienceandfreedom.com, check it out. Love you. Thank you for doing it. And I appreciate you. Oh, you just subbed it. Oh, thank you. Objective ethics. Thank you. If Robin's here, it must be good. Thank you. That's nice. Safe action. Yeah, exactly, Shino. Yeah, safe action is exactly it. So Science and Freedom for Everyone, SAFE is the organization. And then Safe Action is the 501c4. And then Safe Research Institute is the 501c3. So we are absolutely, we're involved. So we're not just a political or a science stream. We're actually involved. We are organizing. We have volunteers. We have a whole organizational structure. So it's pretty sweet. Thank you, ethics. Yeah, science for the W. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you again, Ness. Thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Helen, Sheepadoodle, Don, Michelle, DN, Heather, Uncle Dan. Thank you, Helix, Miss Cake, Debate Doc, Kayla. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you, Don. Thank you, everything. Thank you so much. Politically, exactly. Involved politically for science. Exactly, Dan. Right? Be a civic leader. Be civic minded. Exactly, Ducks. Why we have to. We have to fight back. Science needs to go on the counterattack. That's what we do here. Okay, Dr. Pepper. Me too. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Oh yeah, and join the Discord if you haven't already. Join the Discord, check it out there. Join the YouTube if you haven't already. Check out the highlights if you're new. There's a bunch of awesome conversations that we've had. Guys, we had a really cool conversation. It was like 3 hours, all about energy, next generation, like technology and stuff. It was a really cool conversation between 4 people. It was like a panel discussion that was just incredible. That was a really cool. If you weren't there for that conversation, that's really cool to check out. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have to affect civil society. We have to. Science fights back here, guys. That's what we do. That's what we do. All right. I love you guys. Thank you again. I appreciate you. Good night. Be nice to someone. Love you. Bye. Have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:00. Peace. All right, YouTube. It's just me and you. Love you guys. I love you guys the most. I'll be honest. Okay. Okay. Now that those TikTokers are gone, it's just me and you. I love you guys. Thank you guys for being on the YouTube. I appreciate you. It's my platform of choice. I'll be honest. All right. That's where my love is. All right. Anyway, thank you guys for being on YouTube. I appreciate you. Always trying to grow the YouTube audience as much as we can. That's my number one push right now, actually. So anything that I can do in order to, or any ideas that you have in order for me to grow my YouTube audience, thank you for anything that you can do. So every night, 9:00, I'll see you again soon.